Unlike Western countries and international financial organizations dominated by the US and Europe that impose a set of structural adjustment reforms on host economies as conditions to providing loans, aid, investments, and trade agreements, China does not intervene in local affairs. It respects the sovereignty of developing states to act upon their policies. It is this relative autonomy over policy that drives developing economies, including Syria, to look east rather than west. China insists that its involvement in the Syrian reconstruction and other countries' infrastructural development should be based on BRI's three main principles: joint discussion, joint venture, and joint benefit that can be facilitated via consistent collaboration between China and the host economies. Learning from the Iraq case after the 2003 U.S. invasion, one should note that if the current imperialist attack on Syria succeeds in dissolving the state, no durable peace will prevail. Iraq's experience of prolonged political instability, eroded security, and cheapened social value and national capabilities may be replicated in Syria. Additionally, the Arab region's reconstruction experience, especially in Iraq and Lebanon, exemplifies a history of reconstruction efforts which fostered state deconstruction and weakened society's national identity, because they failed to bolster a central government that places the rights of the individual above the rights of the sect. The crystallization of individual and communal rights in a rationalist state structure is an a priori condition for overall security. So far, in the Arab context, reconstruction efforts have been measures to promote the objectives of imperialism in setting the background for continued war and/or the dissolution of the development achievements that would have otherwise buttressed the future security of the state and society. In fact, Syrians are aware of the dire implications of Western influence in the Arab region. In December 2017, Damascus University and Mother Syria Assembly organized a conference, entitled Towards a National Economic Vision for the Future Syria. Syrian academics and researchers discussed national strategies to place Syria on a self-reliant and independent path in pursuing economic renewal while confronting internal and external challenges. Syrian academics emphasized the potential role of the state despite diminished resources and ongoing international sanctions. Syria's allies, Russia and Iran, continue to support the Syrian government in its war. China has also supported Syria during the course of the conflict. Politically, it has intervened several times in the United Nations Security Council in favor of Syria. Alongside Russia, it blocked bids by Western powers that condemned the Syrian government over the alleged use of chemical weapons and vetoed other resolutions that could have opened avenues for a military invasion of Syria. As a strong supporter of Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity, China stated the Syrian issue should be solved via political, not military means. It assigned a special envoy for Syria whose role is to encourage mediation efforts between all parties to resolve the conflict through diplomacy. Its foreign minister, Mr. Wang Yi, has been vocal about China's keenness to support Syria during his meetings with various key Syrian diplomatic figures, assuring that China sticks to its long-standing position calling for fostering stability in Syria. China believes that the real safety zone in Syria should be one that secures the core status of all Syrians in the political settlement process. China has expressed interest in contributing to Syria's reconstruction. It is interested in expanding its gigantic outward investment project, the New Silk Road, to the Arab region. A special legal commission was created in Beijing by the Syrian embassy in China, the China Arab Exchange Association, and the Beijing-based Shijing law firm. The commission was established to provide Chinese companies with legal advice on issues pertaining to business and investment in Syria. A corresponding document on the formation of the commission was signed on July 4, 2017, confirming that China seriously intends to conduct business in Syria. Historically, China has been particularly interested in the oil-rich Middle East, which has attracted infrastructure investment in its energy sector. Syria, however, is important not because it holds large oil reserves, but because of its proximity to Arab Gulf oil. According to Chinese sources, Syria's strategic position makes it an important node in the ancient Silk Road. For that reason, Syria's stability may contribute to the future success of the Belt and Road Initiative in the Middle East. Previous Chinese investments in risky or conflict-affected countries signify that China does not shy away from committing to long-term investment in politically unstable environments. Actually, China stands as Africa's single largest funder and builder of infrastructure. Syria is no exception, especially since geography makes it an important stop along China's One Belt One Road. The section below presents a summary of the economic and social repercussions of the brutally protracted conflict. This is followed by a summary of China's actual and planned involvement in Syria's restoration since the outbreak of the crisis. For China's outward investment in Syria to be socially and economically effective, it needs to be tied to a national plan ensuring reconstruction and infrastructural policies re-enshrine the nation's security. The concluding section addresses this issue. War implications. 7 years of war paired with Western sanctions, territorial disintegration and destruction of infrastructure and urban systems have aggravated the disintegration of Syria's economy and society. Worse of all, the loss of life and the exodus of refugees have created an irreparable gap in Syria's human capacities. Since the start of the war in 2011, secondary sources have had to estimate statistical figures since both the Syrian Central Bank and the Central Bureau of Statistics have not generated new national data, a way in which the war has also denied Syrian ability even to know and represent its own national production. A World Bank report, issued in mid-2017, estimated the cumulative losses in GDP during the war years to be 4 times 2010 GDP, or $226 billion. In real terms, GDP declined by 61% in 2015 as compared to 2011. Non-oil GDP contracted by 52% while the oil component shrank by more than 90% following the plunge in oil production due to the government's lack of control of the oil fields in Syria's northeast. The study quantified physical damage across 8 governorates, estimating that in the housing sector, 8% has been destroyed and 23% partially destroyed. In the medical and education sectors, almost half of the facilities were partially damaged, while 16% and 10% respectively, suffered from complete destruction. With the crippling of industry and agriculture amid physical destruction, tightening sanctions and continuous shortages in supply of fuel and raw materials, an informal economy has thrived based on looting, smuggling, and contraband. The Syrian Ministry of Industry estimated the destruction in the industrial sector, private and public, at more than SYP 1 trillion. Since the conflict's start, more than half of the manufacturing companies in the public sector have stopped operations. More critically, the country's foreign exchange reserves dropped to $1 billion in 2015, down from $21 billion before the conflict. This can hardly finance 1 month of imports. In response to the acute shortfall in oil and tax revenues, the government has cut down on capital spending. Current expenditures, however, remain steady. As the government relied on concessionary loans from its allies, public debt increased from 30% in 2010 to 150% of GDP in 2015. It may be that the resilience of the al-Assad government is not only related to military Russian backing but also to indirect Chinese financial backing through Chinese provision of credit lines to Iran. Government economic measures over the last 7 years aimed at restoring normalcy to economic life have fallen short of their targets, though, as resources have shifted gears to satisfy the war effort and the finances needed to buttress it. The conflict's social consequences have been catastrophic. With 5.3 million registered refugees according to UNRWA and another 6.6 million forcibly displaced inside the country, Syria holds the world's largest number of IDPs. War and territorial divisions have disrupted economic life and reduced people's mobility, pushing total unemployment to 52.9% in 2015 with youth unemployment rising to 78%. The combination of war and sanction-induced supply shortages, the rising import-to-export ratios, the sharp depreciation of the Syrian pound and the lifting of government subsidies on essential items starting in mid-2014 have pushed up food prices. The price of the essential commodity basket increased 487% by the end of 2016 as compared to 2012. According to the Syrian Center for Policy Research, more than two-thirds of Syrians are living in extreme poverty, unable to afford essential food and non-food commodities. Another 35% of the population are trapped in abject poverty and relied on in-kind food assistance. Obviously, the areas most affected by continuous fighting such as Raqqa, Idlib, and Deir ez-Zor exhibit the highest poverty rates. Other estimates reveal nearly 7 million Syrians can be classified as food insecure. As families struggle to afford their daily living needs, child labor has risen and more than 2 million children have left schools. Simply put, Syria's human capital stock has been devastated. The above empirics, however, only provide a snapshot of the calamity of the Syrian conflict. The Syrian government has announced its plans to start limited reconstruction in the areas under its control. With the help of its allies, it is repairing power stations that were destroyed during the war. Starting in 2016, Russian and Iranian companies were granted reconstruction contracts in various sectors including oil, infrastructural and telecom sectors, based on production and profit sharing with Syrian parties. Russia signed contracts worth 850 million euros in order to rebuild infrastructure, while Iran also signed accords worth a few hundred million euros to repair power grids. The potential projects will be executed under the aegis of the state and are aimed at reconstructing the public sector. Chinese outward investment plans in conflict Syria. The stubborn contradictions of the external players that have intervened in the Syrian war since 2011 have added to the crisis's complexity. The recent developments in the field have shifted the balance of power in favor of the al-Assad government and its allies, Russia, Iran, and a still shy but rising China. But this does not undercut the need for a conclusion to the conflict, be it by a clear-cut military victory or by an international consensus that commits to ending war finances and installing a political settlement that bridges the political differences among all warring factions. As mentioned earlier, Syria has sought its allies' help in wartime reconstruction. Russia and Iran are financially constrained and cannot shoulder the weighty reconstruction bill. However, the excess productive capacity and financial wherewithal of China allows it to play a key role in this endeavor even amid serious strife. Chinese investment in politically unstable African countries, such as Kenya and Tanzania, signifies that China will not balk at investing in risky economies, especially when it invests for political as well as long-term economic benefits. In this regard, China can play a constructive role in Syria's reconstruction and get the economy and society back in shape. It is only logical to note that China has a geostrategic interest in securing the Syrian state, because the fall of Syria signifies its loss to the Western orbit. Such an outcome would weaken China and its allies and shift the global power structure considerably in favor of the US and its allies. Since China has supported a sovereign and centralist state in Syria, its immediate intervention in Syria's reconstruction would serve its interests. This in turn would solidify the rule of the Syrian state over the territory and strengthen Syria's sovereignty. Financial outlays provided in the context of economic and physical refurbishment could play a crucial role in bolstering Syria's autonomy, independence, and territorial integration. That is so irrespective of who is at the head of that state. Chinese political intervention in Syria is not confined to backing the Syrian government at the UNSC. It goes a step further to include military training and cooperation to the Syrian army. The Chinese Defense Ministry announced the Chinese military is ready to strengthen its cooperation with its Syrian counterparts. In August 2016, a Chinese military delegation including the Rear Admiral, Mr. Guan Yufei, and other Chinese advisors visited Syria to train soldiers to use weapons and materiel purchased from China. Mr. Guan, who heads the Office for International Military Cooperation under the Central Military Commission, stated China's People's Liberation Army Navy is willing to cooperate with Syria's military and deliver the necessary personnel training in weapons that are supplied by China. Beijing is keen to enhance not only government-to-government but also military-to-military cooperation. Although China has emphasized that it has no intention to send troops to Syria, as such a decision would work against its foreign policy that opposes external armed intervention in domestic conflicts, it discreetly deployed troops to Syria around mid-2017. The Chinese official narrative behind this maneuver was that their personnel provided the necessary training and offered advice on health issues and other logistics to the Syrian army. Nevertheless, this development signifies China to a relative degree is emplaced on Syrian lands. Since the crisis's outbreak, China has supported Syria by providing humanitarian aid and pledges for potential investment and reconstruction projects. According to Chinese state media, China gave 1,000 tons of rice to Syrian citizens as part of its BRICS humanitarian plan. In 2015, the Chinese government provided 100 million yuan worth of humanitarian assistance to Syria and its neighbors, Jordan and Lebanon, that have hosted large numbers of Syrian refugees. In the first half of 2017, China and Syria signed 3 agreements worth more than $40 million to aid the internally displaced and the returning refugees in need of water, food, shelter, and medical services. Additionally, the Chinese government gave $1 million to the International Red Cross Society in May 2017 to help internally displaced Syrians. From a business perspective, the Chinese company Pacific Century Cyberworks was contracted in 2014 in the telecom sector to improve the landline connectivity in the governorate of Hasakeh. PCCW has been active in Syria since 2012 as it was the main provider of internet traffic in Syria, along with Turk Telecom and Telecom Italia, which, according to the Syria report, have possibly stopped their operations during the conflict. In 2015, Huawei, one of China's largest telecommunication equipment makers, inked an agreement to counsel the Syrian government on the national strategy for the development of Syria's IT and telecom sector. The Huawei deal is not new to Syria. The Chinese company had previously signed a $20 million arrangement in 2011 to supply equipment to the Syrian telecom sector. Additionally, representatives from the Tabayan Electric Apparatus, a Chinese company that provides renewable energy solutions and power transformers to power plants, met with Syrian officials in 2016. The aim of the meeting is to supply the Aleppo thermal plant with gas turbines to enable it to resume production. All these deals signal intense Chinese corporate interest in doing business in Syria. The Chinese ambassador to Syria, Mr. Qi Qinjian, recently expressed that China is prepared to play a greater role in rebuilding and reconstructing Syria as the war gradually subsides. This will help in promoting security, peace, and hope for Syria's residents. Additionally, Mr. Qin Yang, vice president of the China-Arab Exchange Association, advised Chinese companies to survey and assess cities like Damascus, Homs, Tartus, and Latakia sites marked by favorable conditions for carrying out reconstruction plans. Chinese interest in conducting business in Syria is not new. Before the conflict, China had concentrated investments in Syria's oil and gas sector. Companies like China Petrochemical Corporation and China National Petroleum Corporation had invested in Syria's hydrocarbon sector but suspended their operations in 2013. Chinese companies also owned shares in a few local oil-producing companies, such as Al Furat Petroleum Company, Syria Sino Al Kawkab Oil Company, Uday Petroleum Company and Dijla Petroleum Company. However, most of these companies decommissioned their operations after the loss of government control over the east and northeast parts of the country. From an OBOR perspective, Syria represents an important hub and transit point. Because of its geostrategic position, Syria provides a route to the Mediterranean through which Beijing can transport goods and passengers to Europe. Syria can also play a key role in the transportation corridors in the Levant, the Iraq-Iran-Syria corridor along OBOR's eventual route. Syria was a key point on ancient trade routes. Damascus flourished or foundered according to the vicissitudes and cyclical upturns and downturns of long-distance trade. The battles for Damascus in the 15th century blocked the flows through the old Silk Road and precipitated a crisis, which led to the Great Crisis of the Eastern world, just as Europe was making inroads through its conquest of the seas, in preparation for the rise of capitalism. Palmyra, an important stop on the old Silk Road, hosted the caravans of traders that came from the east, carrying silks, spices, and art crafts. Before the conflict, Syria held the Silk Road Festival annually to signify the key role that it played in the Silk Road as a centerpoint between the East and the West. Syria's relation with China is nearly as old as recorded history. A Chinese proverb says China sees with both eyes, while the world is blind, except for Syria and Mesopotamia that see with one eye. Syria was the only culture outside the Middle Heavenly Kingdom that achieved the latter's respect. However, at the current stage, the real relevance of Syria to China is its strategic importance. The power play on Syrian territory is an imperialist power play. The victors of that war may make or break the OBOR. The official narrative behind the activation of the new Silk Road is that China aims to strengthen economic partnerships among countries along the Belt and Road Initiative, providing them with long-term credit on concessional terms. Various financial institutions, including the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank with capital of $100 billion, half of which comes from China, and the Chinese Silk Road Fund with capital of $40 billion, are responsible for financing OBOR projects. China currently has in its storehouses more than $3 trillion in foreign exchange. It is both blessing and burden, being both a huge store of financial wealth and also held in US-denominated dollars. As the US holds the power to devalue the dollar and as Chinese excess capacity must be mobilized, China must lighten the tension by putting to use these dollars to expand its markets. By quickly investing this financial wealth in physical assets abroad, China partially rids itself from servitude to US capital. Unlike the Gulf states which are merely money-rich, China can back its financial entrepreneurship abroad with credit and the utilization of its own industrial resources. On November 29, 2017, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Mr. Geng Shuang, stated China is motivated to engage in Syria and other Middle East countries, explaining, "Too many people in the Middle East are suffering at the brutal hands of terrorists. We support countries in the region in exploring a development path suited to their national conditions and are ready to share governance experience and jointly build the Belt and Road and promote peace and stability through common development." Within this context, China would not hesitate to contribute to Syria's reconstruction and pave the way for reviving political stability in Syria. In various press conferences and interviews, the Chinese Foreign Minister, Mr. Wang, has voiced China's intentions to defend Syria's territorial reintegration in order to reinstate the country's sovereignty. After all, from the Chinese viewpoint, Syria's stability may guarantee the successful business operation of OBOR across the Middle East. More recently, a series of networking events were held in 2017 with the express purpose of drawing closer relations and collaborations between Chinese and Syrian investors. The Syria Day Expo, held in Beijing in July 2017, was a collaborative effort between the China Arab Exchange Association and Syrian Embassy. The meeting attracted 1,000 representatives from Chinese enterprises who are eager to do business in Syria. The Chinese business delegations have been active in seeking out not only business tenders in areas of reconstruction but also the formulation of bilateral trade deals needed for the successful operation of China's Belt and Road Initiative. The Syrian and Chinese governments have discussed their intention to open up direct air flights in order to promote trade and commercial exchanges between the two countries that will in turn facilitate Chinese companies' involvement in Syria's reconstruction. In August 2017, the 59th Damascus International Fair brought together Chinese, Russian and Iranian businesses. As a result of the great emphasis placed on Syrian reconstruction, over 30 Chinese firms, including China Energy Engineering Group and China Construction 5th Engineering Division Corp., Limited, visited Syria in 2017. They have examined with interest projects in the infrastructure sector and have plans to rebuild electricity, energy, and communication networks. In July 2017, China has also announced its plans to invest $2 billion in an industrial park to attract around 150 Chinese companies to Syria and provide 40,000 employment opportunities. The industrial park can serve as a potential implementation and production center for China's BRI in the region. In early 2018, one of the Chinese multinational manufacturing companies that produces heavy machinery, SANY, also visited Damascus. Representatives from SANY met with Syrian officials to discuss investment opportunities, particularly in areas of manufacturing. One may conclude that China's accent on industrial investment in Syria may go further than merely infrastructure and oil and can be another building block towards accelerating Syria's economic revitalization. The Syrian geopolitical environment will remain fragile, presenting challenges to comprehensive restoration efforts. The commencement of these projects will no doubt face hurdles given the general absence of overall security, a weak business environment and financial difficulties. And it is for this reason that we have argued that financial and physical reconstruction in time of war should mainly bolster the state's resilience against external threats. Moreover, the Western-imposed sanctions, which disrupted the functioning of Syria's institutions, impede the settling of business deals in either US dollars or the euro. One way to overcome the latter financial hurdle is for both countries to settle their deals and trade in the renminbi, which is definitively under negotiation by both parties. Chinese and other forms of infrastructural investment need to be woven into the Syrian government's reconstruction policy. The latter cannot be isolated from the nation's development trajectory. It ought to be subordinate to a broader national plan that aims at placing the country on a path of economic and social revival. This national plan should ensure that the government is sovereign over its policies and that infrastructural refurbishment preserves Syria's national security. Concluding remarks. Recent imperialist history in the Arab region can be viewed, in many ways, through the prism of the invasion and occupation of Iraq. This disaster cascades across the country, continuing to wreck the Iraqi state and its population. The U.S. creed of targeting sovereign or semi-sovereign states for deconstruction in this region is amply evident, as we may see from Iraq. This is what lies in store for Syria. However, since the invasion and occupation of Iraq, global power balances have changed. We now have serious competitors such as China, alongside Russia's presence on the ground in Syria. Both states have Syria's integrity in mind. The chance is there for Syria to cultivate. It has already gained ground. But the choice of policy now will have a bearing on cementing its future shape as a state. Fighting its war of independence and reconstruction must march hand in hand. They cannot and ought not be separated, at least without weakening each other. These are reinforcing pillars of the state. However, reconstruction in times of war must be part of a suite of macro policies. The macroeconomic policies under war conditions are about allocating resources to the home and national fronts. Reconstruction can strengthen the home front effort by laying down the infrastructural foundation that tallies with the demands of the social superstructure. National security buttresses state legitimacy over its territory and mitigates the regressive repercussions of the war on Syria. As argued earlier, decentralization reforms and/or territorial disintegration would pave the way for a protracted and prolonged conflict. Through decentralization, US-sponsored external forces would cement their sordid and catastrophic intervention. We have also postulated that the Arab region's reconstruction experience, as exemplified by the cases of Lebanon and Iraq, reveals that since reconstruction did not foster the nation's security, the result was state debilitation and denuded sovereignty. However, if one were to compare the reconstruction or development experience in the Arab region to that in East Asia, the latter experience reveals that national policies since the 1960s have focused on reinforcing security over policy and territory. East Asian states have exercised a certain level of autonomous decision-making when pursuing structural transformation that enabled them to outmaneuver the dictate of neoliberalism. They have jointly embarked upon economic transformation while nurturing their security priorities. Stronger security structures enabled East Asian states to underwrite long-term investment. Also, we ought not to forget that infrastructural investment was people-centered, with priority given to the health and education sectors, and as such the whole development experience exhibited a class dimension. As Arab states liberalist, they allocated resources away from social and national security apparatuses. They allowed neoliberalism to congeal in the form of national-level policies. Resources, including security resources, were channeled upward towards the narrow group in society whose economic ties tended to the West. The Arab states squandered their autonomy as they cleaved economic objectives from security concerns. As these states became vulnerable and ruled by a class with wealth based abroad, the potential for internal collapse became palpable. As we have discussed in the introduction to this volume, collapse and state destruction is a favored outcome to US-led imperialism. War to imperialism is the US economic lifeline. That is why constructing independent national plans must be delinked from the imperialist center. Against this backdrop of encompassing violence, Syrian reconstruction must learn from its past and from its region. Syria rebuilt its economy in the post-colonial days through socially grounded and embedded independent policies. It regulated the channels that funnel wealth abroad, the trade and capital accounts, and internally financed its economic expansion. It also laid out developmental architectures using social rather than capitalist accounting, the latter with a short-term horizon and the former with a long-term horizon. The long-term social payoff offset the short-term economic costs. Throughout this radical transformation, especially in the 1960s and early 1970s, it maintained a close collaboration between the civilian and military sectors to ensure its national defenses. At the time of writing, no effort is being spared to split Syrians on sectarian and ethnic bases. The bugles of the mainstream have all reduced a Syrian national belonging to identities whose basic political function is to destroy Syria. The existence of the state is not an option Syrians can forego. It is a necessary and primary form of social organization and platform for political expression. That is the case not because there is some inherent yearning to be patriotic or to idolize the state. The state is the organ which distributes resources and incomes. These are the material foundation of the share of value obtained by the working class. As such, the state serves a material function. It delivers welfare and social security, a fortiori through national security, which grows by the degree of its independence from imperialism. A state with a modicum of sovereignty is anathema to imperialism, because imperialist accumulation requires the destruction and depopulation of dependent states. That is why to rebuild a strong state is to rebuild the national unity of Syrians. Reconstructing the broken spirits of Syrians is the foremost task. Such labor, the labor of history, concerns the rights of working people as they crystallize in the state and its institutions. This is the task now before us. Chapter 5. The Perverse Transformation. As mentioned in the introduction, this chapter addresses the socialization of labor by neoliberal means, while the final chapter examines socialization of labor and resources by means of war. The making of wage labor at ever faster rates under neoliberalism is a common characteristic of the and the chapter will examine the issue for all Arab countries. Why should so much attention be paid to the dislocation and pauperization of labor since the heydays of Arab socialism in particular? Labor power is the principal input into production, and the laborer is both subject and object of accumulation. An understanding of the formation of the labor process through the development of the law of value is rudimentary to understanding the whole process of resource disengagement under neoliberalism. More than 3 decades ago, many envisaged a significant rise in the industrial workforce in developing countries. Since then, the rate of proletarianization globally has soared. In 1950, industrial workers from developing countries composed roughly 30% of the total industrial labor force. In 2010, industrial workers from developing countries represented over 80% of the global industrial labor force. In China and the few other newly industrialized Asian economies that enjoy a margin of autonomy in policy, the majority of the newly evicted peasants have moved into high productivity cum rising wage employment. The socialist legacy of China had enshrined certain labor rights that were difficult to undo by the rising capitalist class and that resulted in a steady rise in Chinese labor wages. For most of the world, however, the transformation has been perverse, and most new wage laborers either become unemployed or are engaged in low productivity/poverty wage informal jobs. The A falls into the latter category. Between 1980 and 2010, the share of rural to total population in the A dropped from about 60% to around 40%. In absolute terms, an estimated 70 to 100 million people moved from the countryside to urban centers within the Arab region. While this exodus was occurring, the regional rate job creation was falling, and the share of labor in the form of wages fell to around a quarter of national income. By 2007, the Arab League declared that more than half of the Arab population was living on less than the $2 per day benchmark. The absolute poverty figures, which were always shown as low prior to the Arab Spring in 2011, were adjusted upward after 2011. For a fleeting moment after the Arab Spring, it was difficult to conceal the truth about the depth of poverty. Under neoliberalism, basic food production per capita as per the definition of the Food and Agricultural Organization was decreasing, and food imports were rising. Around half the population in the A was spending more than half of its income on food. When speculation reached the commodity market and basic food prices rose in 2007, more people joined the ranks of the extremely poor. The agricultural sector was shrinking relative to the economy. The productive economy, in turn, was deindustrializing and retreating relative to oil revenues and geopolitical rents. The deconstruction sustained by the productive sectors under neoliberalism was almost as devastating as war in terms of its social impact. When neoliberalism could not infiltrate and sufficiently hollow out the development of society, imperialist war completed the job, as was the case of Libya, Syria, and Iraq. Massive dislocation and disengagement of real resources, particularly human resources, marked the neoliberal episode of Arab history. In this chapter, I examine the key component of capital's sustainability, its command of the labor process through dispossession. I discuss the impact of the neoliberal transformation on the intensification of the proletarianization process and the subsequent devalorization of work through the political disempowerment of the working class. In order to achieve this, I briefly examine how the class of neoclassical models, dual economy models in particular, are unfit tools for explaining the process of proletarianization in the A. Dual economy models purport to provide an explanation of migration from the less developed rural sectors in terms of choice and in relation to modern sector wages. However, in an Arab context, the rationale for migration on the basis of individual choice between two competing sectors is irrelevant. Moreover, the very idea that an individual or a family residing in rural areas is afforded the luxury of choice is insidious doctrine rather than a reflection of historical facts. Whatever choice was available to the individual was subordinate to the choice that was made by the comprador class in respect to social and macroeconomic policies. The comprador class in charge of development in the A had a choice between a neoliberal pattern that universalizes and usurps national wealth to be later valorized in dollars, and a strategy based on the recirculation of wealth and the redeployment of real resources for development within the national economy. It chose the former. By doing so, it set in motion a whole dynamic that accelerated the disengagement of direct producers, especially from the land. Peasants and farmers were forcibly dislocated, the choice left to any individual was that of bare survival. The alternatives afforded the individual in the neoliberal policy context are further narrowed down, by successive violent encroachments on the rights of working people, to two wretched conditions, the abjection of the countryside or the misery of urban squalor. Although analogies between dual economy models and structural theories of migration are possible in that they both consider the initial disparity in the constitution of the rural and the urban sectors, their differences, however, are conceptually irreconcilable. Point 2. Whereas in the former, the price mechanism allocates resources efficiently between sectors, in the latter, price becomes one of the many causes by which the less developed rural economy falls permanently into a peripheral orbit in which its already disadvantaged position worsens. The price of labor becomes an instrument of repression. For Marxist-type analysis, the premeditated pauperization of the periphery is generally followed by an outflow of labor. In this chapter, I show that a more pertinent explanation of Arab proletarianization rests in understanding how the unrestrained immiseration of Arab working classes under neoliberalism, often degenerating into social collapse, is part of the objective process of reproducing global capital through neoliberal policies and imperialist politics. Choice versus structural theory. The received theory in migration literature postulates that a potential migrant coming from conditions of unemployment or underemployment in subsistence-like farming conditions chooses to migrate because the actual or the expected wage and/or amenities in the modern sector are higher than those of the rural sector. That people would choose to migrate in order to improve their lot in life appears at first sight as too vacuous a proposition to be debated. Yet the whole of the neoclassical edifice attempts to situate migratory phenomena on the availability of choice and on prices related to higher productivity in the urban areas. Productivity growth in the has been more often than not negative, and the mass of unemployed relative to the capacity of the economy has become too large to be absorbed under the conventional efficiency criterion. The notion that choice, as in having multiple options, plays a role in situations in which people have only the choice of survival is a malevolent diversion. It is also meant to promote the neoclassical fairy tale construction that there are two sectors, a rural and an urban, which have entered into a trade relationship from which they both stand to benefit. Any trade relationship is also a social relationship. Money form gains or losses to any sector or social class conceal beneath them a social structure engaged in production. But this is no symbolic process of production, it is a real metabolic process in which resources, including the labor resource, are consumed in the course of action. By ratcheting up its power over rural areas, urban capital draws on a pool of labor whose social cost of reproduction was borne by the hinterland. Capital thus grabs an underpriced resource to whose formation it did not contribute. Capital, in its pursuit of profit, must recreate these conditions for cheap inputs in the countryside by all means available. Labor is not cheap but is made cheap by a process of political repression and dispossession, which also entails constructed differential gradations within the non-owning working class and, hence, the socio-economic heterogeneity of labor. The received theory that the accumulation of capital has a built-in tendency through trade expansion and technological improvement to homogenize the returns to labor is not determined by better machine quality, but by the balance of forces between capital and labor. For Marx, although the market tends to equalize wages, the political exercise of capital holds primacy as it exerts counter-pressure in order to fragment labor, otherwise capitalism would be digging in its own grave far too quickly. Under neoliberalism, free trade and open capital accounts allow values to more readily assume a universal character reincarnated in the dollar as the universal wealth-holding medium. Making developing countries food-dependent and underpricing their assets in their own national currencies before their conversion into dollars implies a further differentiation of the developing working class from the central working classes. The assault on the rural sectors of the developing is part and parcel of the fragmentation process necessary for extraction of higher surpluses from these peripheral formations and, conjointly, it deprives labor of some of the grounds upon which it can potentially organize itself as a viable political alternative. An extreme analogy of surplus drain resembling such situations would be the case of commercial exploitation based on slavery or of colonial wars of depopulation on the periphery. The violent aspects of the proletarianization process, as it occurred in the English countryside 2 or more centuries ago, were dubbed by Marx as primitive accumulation. The proletarianization of the English labor force by expropriation of the immediate producers, which was accomplished with merciless vandalism, and under the stimulus of passions the most infamous, the most sordid, the pettiest, and the most meanly odious, resulted in the maturing of capitalism and the reign of European capital as a social relationship globally. At the beginning of the last century, the proletarianization process on the periphery was adduced from development by encroachment, the foremost facet of which was colonialism and post-colonial wars. Encroachment by war or otherwise is when the colonists commandeer the political structure of the colonies. Such a form of primitive accumulation was more vicious under colonialism and resulted in massive global dislocation and pauperization in both absolute terms and relative terms, relative to the historically determined standard of living. For the majority in the Arab working classes, the choices were between two below decent subsistence living standards. The historically relevant choices were not made by each individual at any one point in time. As they turned away from dirigisme and Arab socialism, the social class in power decided to introduce violent and nonviolent measures and policies aimed at eroding the very basis of the reproduction of rural life. For countries developing under the onus of conflict, such as Iraq, Syria, Palestine, Yemen, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan, the process of expulsion from the home village was materialized in outright aggression, as millions of war-displaced people sought safer shelter. In the absence of military occupation or war, trade openness treaties, displacement laws dispossessing farmers, like Egypt's Law 96 of 1992 and macro policies allocating resources away from agriculture, served to uproot the peasantry. Since 1980, the share of investment in Arab agriculture in total investment has fallen continuously, reaching a low of 5% by 2009. In Egypt, within a decade, the share of agricultural investment in total investment fell from around 10% to about 4%. The rates of malnutrition among children in Egypt and Yemen reached 30 and 45% respectively in 2009. On October 16, 2015, UNICEF reported that 500,000 Yemeni children face starvation. 3 War and violence since 2011 have magnified the malnutrition problems. These were the results of a concerted and deliberate policy aimed at reconstituting social values for grabbing value by all possible means. Table 5.1 Share of agricultural investment in total investment in Egypt. 2003 9.4. 2004 9.5. 2005 7.6. 2006 6.9. 2007 5.0. 2008 4.0. Source: National Planning Institute, Egypt Arab Republic, 2009. These displacement measures were not a one-time occurrence from which policymakers would soon move away, they were reproduced continuously in real time. The rationale for pursuing displacement stems from the heart of the neoclassical method and its broader ideological form, neoliberalism. The neoclassical approach postulates that income differences prompt individuals to move, hence, allocating resources efficiently. It also attempts to expand the set of incentives that attract migrants by introducing a variety of other explanatory factors such as the appeal and amenities of cities. At any rate, these non-price incentives also become symbols in an equation and amount to a price explanation or, anyway, to benefits that can be priced. Reducing complex reality to a quantity encapsulated in a price does not answer the question of why people move, particularly because prices are themselves an outcome of social relations, which had already included personal and socially intermediate decisions. Was it the intermediate ruling class decisions in the sphere of politics that erected the conditions for the prices to assume a certain nominal value, which is the primal decision behind migration, or was it the decision of the peasant, whose life is determined by these given prices? Obviously, the peasant is a price taker and not the consortium of ruling capital is the price maker. Some more sophisticated neoclassical techniques trace back individual migratory decisions through time. But time cannot be dissected, and individual responses, which are studied at some particular point, do not constitute history. As has often been said, projecting different slides taken at different points in time onto a screen does not reproduce history, nor does it recreate the fact that there was a subject of history, that is, the social class in power that was furnishing the conditions for migration by purposefully expelling farmers via neoliberal policies or war. This is not to say that a class can be reduced to a person plotting in secrecy somewhere to inflict these crimes. Such simpleton clichés running wild in academia are themselves the products of class power. A class is the weight of history, the ideology, and the institutions. There is no conspiracy in what it does. The global institutional power platforms are already biased against the weaker national working classes and nations and a product of colonial history. Neoliberal ideology says it clearly and in colloquial parlance, liberalise or free your resource channels, yet for this freeing to work, your dictator who happens to be part of the global financialized class has to be a good governor. This is not a lie, it is a fictitious remedy. But one thing is clear, the ideological thesis instituting the context for individuals to act contains information, as in foreknowledge, of the consequences of such actions. The powerful need not hide their intentions. Although there have been a variety of critiques leveled at the neoclassical approach, it remains seminal to migration research. The price or choice theoretic framework does not study migratory phenomena because it reconstructs a false reality based on a summation of individual decisions. Apart from its composition, fallacy problem, this approach does not probe the social history behind the decisions. Any reference to the development of the migratory phenomenon in real time may implicate the social class whose ends the neoclassical discipline serves. Neoclassical economics actually studies something other than the migratory phenomenon. Its subject is an arithmetical concoction that bears no relevance to the fact that social interactions like evictions, conflicts, negotiations, and bargains subjected to power politics, actually construct prices. If the neoclassical discipline pursued the development of migratory phenomena in real time, specifically as a byproduct of the agency of the institutions of capital, and rationalized them, it would inevitably have to question two sacrosanct mainstream concepts: firstly, the terms of trade and its power structure underlying the making of the price system, and, secondly, the systems that interact with irreconcilable contradictions inherent in social formations. The neoclassical perspective has, at whatever cost, to overlook the crux of the issue of proletarianization, which is the necessary creation of socialized and cheapened wage labor. By analyzing reality away, it avoids incriminating the class in power to which it is subservient. The neoclassical object of study becomes individual choice in a fictitious world of free competition, voluntary unemployment, and scarcity, as to what it labels distortions, the infinite externalities. For these there exists a price vector that clears their infinite submarkets. However, these distortions are actually the fullness of reality that one should refer to when addressing migration. In the neoclassical frame, the flux of market power and its related departures from an ideal but non-existent condition of equal marginal magnitudes, the so-called distortions are actuality, they are priced and subsumed under a general equilibrium framework. If there was a conspiracy on a grand scale, it is not in explaining how the democratic states of the North so frequently commit massacres or genocide in the colonies, it is really how could it be possible that so many prices of so many externalities could be so right such that the infinitely intricate social system gravitates to equilibrium. This is not just a misunderstanding of the concept of equilibrium borrowed from physics and applied to economics, where the mathematics would convey a different account of the economics, as in Morozky, for it is also not on account of an analytical philosophy that distinguishes between the objects of social and natural science, such as an atom, which is the object of chemistry that does not think for itself, in the latter, while, in the former a human being, the object of social science, would be where he or she is today because of where they plan to be in the future. The designation of the object of science as more complex does not make economics less amenable to knowability or less of a science than physics just because it takes longer to explore its laws of development. One can dwell on this point but, as a rule, overly analytical and ahistorical approaches lapse into positivism. Mathematics or physics inevitably become queens of the sciences. The development of the various branches of sciences are interrelated, and emulation in methods of thought has been taking place since the earliest stages of social development. For instance, Aristotle noted the seminal cyclical movement of social systems and ascribed the causes of decline and fall to lack of equality and justice. Equality consists in the same treatment of similar persons, and no government can stand which is not founded upon justice. For if the government be unjust, everyone in the country unites with the governed in the desire to have a revolution, and it is an impossibility that the members of the government can be so numerous as to be stronger than all their enemies put together. Would such an observation describing cyclical movements not render all the science that followed since a borrower from philosophy? Indeed, it would, but the reason of demonstrating the point with the passage from Aristotle also serves an additional purpose, which is to demonstrate the inevitable instability and changing content of social systems. Whether as a result of injustice or high social entropy, a complex capital-dominated system fraught with contradictions will be explosive at one point in time. Its stabilization rests on exogenous intervention that includes co-opting of the central and other working classes or redressing profit rates with colonial or imperialist plunder. Theoretical reproduction of this changing reality in thinking, the relation of thought to reality, must deal with categories of dialectics connected with words, such as social classes, composing modes of production, employing wage slaves via a process of commodification under capitalism, and so forth, rather than with words, themselves, as in supply, demand, equilibrium, and marginal productivity. It is the logical development of categories, the discovery of the historically relevant phenomena, which is guided by the relation in which the elements of the analyzed concreteness stand to one another in the developed object, in the object at the highest point of its development and maturity, that discovers the mystery of the genuine objective sequence of the formation of the object, of the molding of its internal structure. The relation of words with words only, or one-sided abstract theory, will also remain abstract unless its mediation in the concrete or the thought process by which we relate to historically determined relationships fundamentally changes the nature of the concepts with which we are dealing. However, in such realism there are no noumena or unchanging ideas across time that suddenly come to life as byproducts of themselves and not by the action of social agents in historically defined terms, erecting both new conditions and the new ideas to correspond to these conditions. Each historical phenomenon merits its own explanation by following its development in history and deriving, through intellectual practice, new forms by which we uncover its laws of motion or how things come to be. Systems change, their relations become wholly new, and what was for instance a social product derived by submission to the Lord's will under feudalism, becomes a social product derived from adherence to market rules under capitalism. In the latter case, subject to the edicts of the market and profit-making, the extra social product that society produces by advanced technology requires pricing the labor power below what is needed for the laborer to maintain a decent standard of living, or, often the premature destruction of the living laborer. The surplus product now varies with the varying outlays delivered to the working class as wages. Thus, under the new mature stage, which is capitalism, supply, demand, and productivity still exist, but their content, their laws of motion nesting in the contradiction of a social system arising from the commodification of life itself, is now different. All commodities are moneyed, including labor power, in a system ridden by overproduction crises set against the necessity to appropriate higher and higher profits at the expense of the price of labor power and the living security of the working class. Such a system cannot be understood by the epiphenomena of supply, demand, and their related price sums. It is best understood by following the interrelated development of historical qua-class forces that shape production, consumption, and exchange over time. The reproduction of the dominant ideology and its neoclassical offshoot occur mainly by dehistoricizing social science, either by stressing discontinuity, things are just as they are now, or by emphasizing formal or unrealistic continuity. Humans love to consume insatiably across all history. To disentangle Marxist method, the last stages of development can be understood not by abstract concepts that exist in the mind only, but by following the development of a specific condition in time as it shifts from undeveloped to developed through a specific law of development. In this rationalization of historical facts in relations to each other and to historical determination within a totality, the logical explanation coincides with the historical, ill-defining historical categories and omitting the primacy of contradiction in social dynamics will necessarily lead to a distorted conception of the essence of the capitalist system. Moreover, fitting the real into the formal representation may be admissible for the sake of logical illustration, but only when the initial assumptions denote historically specific phenomena as opposed to theological-like categories of perfectness such as the quasi-omniscient and omnipotent economic agent. But neoclassical assumptions are transhistorical, or at times only biological, such that at this level of generalization they reference or refer back only to themselves. As shown by Weeks, the principal assumptions of neoclassical economies such as scarcity, perfect competition, and voluntary unemployment and so forth are false. For instance, commodities are scarce for many without income, but almost never for the rich or on account of shortages. Freely competitive markets and voluntary unemployment are chimerical assumptions that are elevated to the standing of science when they have no reference in phenomenon. Just by making power relations and diametrically opposed contradictions central assumptions of the commodity world, logical ends hold by the determinacy of social relations and their related agencies, but not as a result of the market as deus ex machina. To bring the discussion back to an Arab context, no markets, perfect or imperfect, can display a significant social role in the national Arab formation when imperialist assaults, robbing working classes of their self-rule, destroying their social capital assets and creating conditions for continuous pauperization sets the logic and the conditions for development. Markets, in the common usage of the term, as in the institution founded to mediate the exchange of namely peacetime commodities, work as addenda to war or to the highly realizable potential for war. A comparison with Marxist structuralism at a glance. In the neoclassical framework, the scenario for the wage pole theory comprises a rural or less modern sector with its associated rural income, a first wage, and a modern sector producing manufactured goods with an associated second wage, which is on average higher than the rural income. Hence, people migrate. What this scenario hides is a process that resolves social contradictions in favor of capital or the more powerful social class. The wage, in more evolved capitalism, acts as the measure that reflects a distorted underlying class and power structure. However, in the neoclassical formal setup, wages are determined by marginal productivities, and each social entity, rural and urban, is supposed to enjoy the same power standing vis-a-vis the other. Atomist individuals enjoy level playing fields, irrespective of their means and position in society. Such is the imaginary world from which neoclassical theory is derived. These asymmetries are what really needs to be explained. The asymmetries, moreover, are both innumerable and unquantifiable, and reducing them and incorporating them into the formalist mathematical framework leads to theoretical sloppiness instead of academic rigor. By choosing the epiphenomenon of price, the neoclassical method designates a symptom as what is historically relevant instead of looking at the social forces that shape the conditions for the recreation of labor. The method neglects history because it would then have to deal with value, as in the value that mothers impart by bringing to life and caring for laborers as well as all other work that creates labor, and the method does so for a very straightforward reason, to stultify the working class and its potential intellectual allies. In the Marxist, structuralist analysis of migration, the wage difference, as a symptom of class relations, no longer embodies the allocation mechanism behind the movement of workers, it is the structural difference, the power and development levels, between a modern center and a rural periphery and the ensuing relation of unequal exchange that motivate migration. In this approach, the level of wealth is determined by productivity, but the wage share is determined by labor's political power. The degree of repression, including the hegemony of capital, has a bearing on the social division of labor and the function of each class in material and social reproduction, as well as on the distribution of social wealth and the form and amount of revenue accruing to each class. In this framework, the individual's prerogative to migrate is being dictated by the deliberately worsened conditions in the rural sector and is, therefore, subsequent to the workings of capital, which create not only the demand for labor but also the conditions for its supply. As the degree of economic integration between mainly rural and developed urban economies increases, the process by which uncompetitive economic entities in the rural structure get sifted away picks up speed. What remains in the developing and mainly rural area after its permeation with the scale-cheapened commodities of the modern sector is but a remnant of an infant industry that has been able to support its costs and survive in a changing economic environment. The wages that are taken to represent rural wages, particularly when conducting empirical tests of migratory cases at the macro level, are the wages paid by this surviving pre-modern industry, the wages of agricultural hired hands, of repair and service shop employees, small family-run handicraft shops and so forth. However, in reality these are the wages of a subsidiary industry continuously adapting and keeping pace with the new capitalistic condition and, therefore, they are modern enclave wages paid and redistributed within quasi-subsistence farming communities. In the analytical context of the neoclassical wage-based model, these wages should not be different from an industrial enclave wage in the urban center. The wages that should in actuality characterize the rural wages represent the share of income of the broader and, namely, subsistence farming entities. These incomes are partly constituted in kind and partly in measurable money form. In the case of the farmers came to depend more on goods paid for in currency for their consumption as the squeeze on land lowered the portion of the consumption bundle produced by local means, and the conditions for displacement became pronounced. For instance, less and less of the dietary intake of the peasants in Egypt was produced on the farm. As a larger share of food was bought at world market prices and as the costs of daily living rose, the peasantry undertook a gradual exodus from the land. In this ongoing process of displacement resulting from increased economic and political subjugation, rural or developing area labor relinquishes private production means and joins the ranks of wage labor. From the Marxist, structuralist perspective, the movement of labor from the rural to the urban sector is foreseen as a result of growth in the productive forces along with expulsion measures and the proliferation of foreign capital or merchandise that entails a profound destabilization of the structure of the peripheral/rural economy. The intrusion impacts the old methods of farming and manufacture, thus generating a mass of unemployed. This process of social restructuring accelerates as the state intervenes with violent and nonviolent measures aimed at the complete extirpation of traditional small farming and cottage industries. The violence that the state exercises could be direct or fomented indirectly by accentuating inter-rural differences. Forced farm foreclosures and evictions, massive rolling back of land reforms and other objectionable measures are put to work in the creation of additional members of the proletariat. This latter outcome is a modern reenactment of Marxian primitive accumulation, which in its historical genesis only means the expropriation of the immediate producers, i.e., the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. The roots of this expropriation, the socialization of labor as capitalism creates its grave diggers, are the same, the appearance, the rates of expropriation and the violent measures, their modern manifestation. These correspond to the vitality of financial capital or its higher velocity of exchange, drawing the context for faster dislocation. Private property, as the antithesis of social, collective property, exists only where the means of labor and the external conditions of labor belong to private individuals. The modern rate of wage labor making is not simply related to uprooting peasants from the land. It is a process and a question of degree by which the higher rate of dismantling all forms of labor autonomy, from bringing down the already established institutions of social security in Western formations to the making of refugees in the South, redress a constant and deepening crisis of capital accumulation. So far, I have established the following for the Marxian approach: the encroachment of capitalism into the periphery socializes labor and production. That is to say, the dissolution of private peasant forms of property paves the way for turning private farmers into social wage workers. This shift in the labor process accentuates the material basis of the class contradiction because it also enlarges the scope for private appropriation. Seen as continuous and growing practice, the release of additional wage workers onto the labor market further suppresses an already low third world wage, thus shifting the unequal trade relationship more to the advantage of the center. As such, it increases the rate of surplus drain. This is a tendency inherent in capitalism, the outcome of which is contingent upon the power of the working class in the class struggle. Neoclassical chimera. The shortcoming of the neoclassical method is that it considers forms of thought from the standpoint of a formal framework and it ignores the historical content that they may express. 5. It considers paradigmatic suppositions in rigidly isolated forms and not in their interconnection, motion, and development. For instance, in the theoretical explanation given for labor migration in a dual economy model a la Harris-Tadaro, or in the price incentive migration models that have appeared since, all that emerges is that labor moves because of a difference in expected wages or other related prices making part of the expected revenue stream of the potential migrant. If at any moment another important cause prompting labor to move is discovered, and there are undoubtedly innumerable causes, then wage, price incentives leading to equilibrium falters. Of note in these models, variables other than wages also appear symbolically, once modeled, that is, in the form of a price. Because there is a virtually infinite number of social variables that prompt labor to move in differing real conditions, the price-based explanation as a supposedly rigorous system of thought collapses, a case of crude empiricism. As in any other equilibrium approach, including a Nash equilibrium in which the infinite submarkets must all clear somewhat together, it so happens that such a scenario is fairy tale. Short of changing the vacuous assumptions that individuals seek profits or utility, if at any time a theory becomes founded on the erratic elements of crude empirics, the moment the empirical observation changes, the theory itself has to completely change. There is nothing wrong with revamping theory to assimilate newly found facts. But this neoclassical theory is stillborn because it is founded upon non-existent assumptions put to work in a formal or a historical framework. This is not about the breakdown of transitivity, or the grandiose idea that the individual in the supermarket whose taste for an apple bestows upon it the value that underwrites its price, or the assumption drawn from the dieting advice that the good sensation from eating sweet cakes declines after the first 2 bites. 6. It is about removing the fact that economic conditions of any sort is a power exercise within a historically periodist time frame. The neoclassical framework is also a theory at odds with initial facts because it pins all its structure on trans-historical platitudes. People may always produce and consume, but the ways and reasons for doing so differ across time, and so these behavioral assumptions are only similar at a superficial level of generalization or by quantification. It is not a theory of anything to begin with, because all it posits is that there are people out there who want to make money and be happy across history, and they do so with price signals that lead to social welfare and efficiency. Through quantification and generalization, the similitude that is expressed in common denominators provided by unit of measure, the outward manifestation of quality reduced to a symbol, may be ascribed to a variety of conditions across time and space. For instance, the labor that leaves the home economy is expressed as the number of workers, which is a product of its own momentum over time and also its interaction with other variables such as poverty at home or wages abroad, but that number tells us nothing about the social forces that distinguish migrant labor as impoverished wage labor. I am not saying one cannot sum over the same unit of measure. I am noting that a theory explaining the social forces behind social transformations cannot be reduced to quantifications that conceal the particularity of each variable and its social decision-making process. Point 7. Changes in labor practices and profit-seeking under capitalism constitute a different story from place to place, not to mention in different previous epochs such as the feudal or the mercantile. In the present epoch of overproduction crises, it involves the purposeful destruction of assets, including human assets, while producing with economies of scale. More and more goods are produced for continuously lower costs to meet a demand dampened by wage suppression. Modeling can of course serve to spell out complex realities. Models can be better specified algebraically if economic growth is explained, inter alia, in terms of the forceful expulsion of labor, the necessity to cheapen labor costs by the most egregious means available to capital, or the utter obliteration of labor power, which is in great part the death rate in imperialist wars or their ramifications in social ills and hunger. The assumptions of such modeling techniques would for instance relate individual agency to its mediated political agency within a context of class power whose contradiction, necessarily but not exclusively, sets the background for the individual to act. Hence, what would be modeled in these overdetermined contradictions where cause is effect and vice versa is the social contradiction itself as the subject and the universal category whose realization in heterogeneous elements can be reduced and quantified for didactic reasons. Obviously, historical uncertainty cannot be modeled without reduction. Reduction to fit the development in mathematics has often been a tool to mask over real processes by the mainstream. But the falsification of conventional modeling lies more with defining the subject as the abstract individual and not the dominant class relationship, a migrant from Syria escaping bombs or another from a hunger-stricken region fleeing the wrath of his or her ruling class's neoliberal policy is as much a subject of history as lunar eclipses. Still, for self-differentiating and self-negating social conditions, models that better specify their subjects can only momentarily adumbrate real processes. One may further inquire about the interconnections of systems and their development, and how they correspond to the story of rural or urban sector relations in the neoclassical dual models. The categories of low technical development and low marginal productivity pre-exist in these models. They are given assumptions without a historical basis. Little is known about how this poor rural performance came about or why there should be an interconnection between this particular rural and urban sector. Why is the rural sector becoming poorer when modern means of farming can be scale economies and modern just like any other industry? Why is there need for exchange, apart from an individual making a choice to migrate? In fact, the socio-historical conditions that ex ante create the necessary environment for migration are absent. To say that the policy and welfare implications for both rural and urban systems are the cause of price-based explanation under a dualistic framework is again not plausible, as in actuality, for welfare and policy implications to be inferred, there has to be first an explanation of how prices are formed and why exchange occurs. If one posits that the individual's decision to leave conditions of near starvation in the countryside and move to the metropolis is really a choice, in other words, if one reduces economics to physics as a positive science and completely neglects the fact that human beings require a historically defined level of subsistence, then in this rather fascist sense, choice, which is the single choice of migrating, exists. Dispensing with sizable populations so that the market can clear the glut of labor will not explain why this exchange came to be, but it can explain why the welfare of a certain class or race of humans, posited as different from humanity because of inherent cultural or genetic qualities, depends on dispensing with some other humans. In actuality, depleting the hinterland of its labor reserves and swelling the urban areas with formerly rural urban poor occurs as a result of exponential growth in the more powerful sectors that draws in the politically weak sectors and uses them or, more often, abuses them for their resources, including human resources. Just as important, precious little knowledge is imparted by these models about the relationships within a sector that necessitate any relation of exchange with the other sector. The sum of all the actions of all the migrants, their decisions to move, observed empirically signal something about worsening conditions in the rural sector. However, the migrants are reacting to overbearing historical conditions that engulf the rural sector. The migrants' escape also implies that they could not have determined the direction of development in their home sector. In other words, they have little leeway in improving rural development, because if they had any political leverage, their conditions might not have worsened. The subject of rural sector history, the class in charge of its development, remains unknown to us in the voodoo of neoclassical economics. Besides, to assert anything about the rural sector from the movement of one of its strata is to forget that its movement depends on the amalgam of social forces present within it, especially the role of the landed class and its alliance with the urban bourgeois class. Although overdetermination always prevails, one cannot construct the symptom, which is forcible dislocation, as the cause of migration. A theory as a system of thought that is meant to capture and explain changes and transformations has, at a foundational level, its own methods of building abstractions. The construction of the abstract can be an aspect of the particular historical condition or a one-sided, trans-historical, more or less common behavioral, biological aspect. It can either be that people under capitalism depend on the market for survival or that people breathe, consume food and work. The latter premises, which are conditions for any state of being across time, constitute a genus of behavioral assumptions in the neoclassical discipline. The method by which the neoclassical school operationalizes these hypotheses is actuarial. It measures, in terms of the price form, the response of policies. In this particular instance, the policies one has in mind are aimed at deconstructing the old forms of life and property in the rural sector. In that sense, the mainstream method is akin to an insurance company's search for the premium that has to be developed to calibrate the flow of labor that will satisfy capital accumulation. However, when prices are considered as instantiations of class and power structure, the workings of the law of value, then the actuarial side of neoclassical economics ceases to explain much. For a theory to be pertinent in a given period, it has to be capable of generating a view of the whole, a universal, which is also the sum of diverse phenomena. It is about following the process of reality's self-differentiation and designating the social forces that propel its movement. 9 For theory to do this, its definition of the abstract is best when it represents social development in motion as a result of social interaction and contradiction and not some denominator common to living humans across recorded history. An alternative method of theory can be carried out by historical investigation substantiated with a formal reasoning of the social forces shaping development. This allows for diversity in unity, the concrete as it assumes its state of becoming by the law of motion, or the abstract, born by the historically specific dynamics of social development. What is general and theoretical is the historical specificity of the class struggle, which defines the dynamics of concrete value relations that culminate in prices, themselves the abstract manifestation of value. At a further remove, a theory would address the relation of the whole to the individual, how agency is devolved from the whole to the individual and their mutual relationship. In the neoclassical method, the individual's agency fuels the migration process. The individual qua worker, however, is faced with a worsening economic situation resulting from the actions of hegemonic capital. He or she can respond only by moving or not moving from a situation to which he or she did not necessarily contribute. Individual agency functions to change the bequeathed historical structure of capital via its intermediate forms of political organization. Individual agency is not the utility-maximizing part of Homo economicus, as in getting satisfaction from a sandwich. It is the individual as political relationship mediated into mass political practice. Rural workers' exercise of power, for instance, could be gauged by the degree of improvements wrought as a result of equalizing their rural development with other sectors. In view of the urban-rural disparity and the post-facto evictions, the rural migrant is unlikely to be a politically empowered historical agent. It is by defining the forces mustered by the relevant historical subject for the creation of deteriorating social conditions in the countryside that one moves a theory away from the impertinent into the adequate. Addressing the issue of why any new development in a relationship between two heterogeneous systems should necessarily arise points to a historically determined universal pattern of development under capitalism. As noted above, capital, whose wealth is the heap of commodities as self-expanding value, reproduces the conditions for its own expansion by dispossessing the direct producer, but dispossession itself assumes so many forms that the phenomena arising from this process of dislocation are as heterogeneous as actuality itself. One does not arrive at the general law by seeking common characteristics in the outcome of dislocation, for there are none unless one quantifies the many forms of abjection dislocation results with the same measure. The universal is the necessary but not exclusive act of dispossession as engendered by the dominant social relationship of capital. More particularly, in relation to the question of migration, theory has to probe the depth of the relationship of exchange of labor services for money wages between a rural and an urban sector and the contradiction that the migration process mediates. It is then that one finds that the universal or law in proletarianization is the social contradiction between the stratum of private peasants and a growing capitalist production process hungry for cheap inputs. A non-price explanation of proletarianization. While criticisms of neoclassical method are many, some areas of relevance to the conditions of proletarianization in the have to be addressed so that concerns over the false primacy of the price system are put to rest. In the Marxist approach, the conditions for the transfers of labor are an undercurrent of development. Each social entity has its own economic content and, therefore, path to development. Some eject many private laborers from the land while others evict them at slow rate. The rate of expulsion depends on the rate of consumption of the internal constituents of production, namely labor power, and the countervailing political organization of labor, namely the peasantry. The process of the practice of prevailing ideology, here of neoliberalism, to counterpoise the Marxist method, as the idea or form becomes content in the process by which the theory of development policy has a certain outcome in development, relegates much of the developing world to a less than favorable position vis-a-vis a developed world. Behind that process is a relation of unequal class and power structure from which unequal exchange arises. In the language of pure Latin American structuralism, the development of a world capitalist economy has led to its division into a center specializing in the production of modern industrial goods and technical innovations, and a periphery engaged in the production of raw materials and food. The terms of trade or the ratio of export to import prices for the developing countries is worsening, which in turn, leads to part of what is created in the periphery being drained into the center. For Priebsek and Furtado, unequal development principally reflects the unevenness in the technical basis between the developing and the developed world. However, the Marxian tradition posits that the technical disparity between the developing and developed countries is secondary to the sociological relationship of capital, which creates the necessary political environment, ideology, and institutions in developing countries to serve the interests of central capital and ensure access to third world resources. Here is Marx on this issue. As soon as capitalist production takes possession of traditional agriculture, the demand for an agricultural laboring population falls absolutely. This source of relative surplus population is thus constantly flowing. But the constant flow towards the towns presupposes, in the country itself, a constant latent surplus population, the extent of which becomes evident only when its channels of outlet open to exceptional width. The agricultural laborer is therefore reduced to the minimum of wages, and always stands with one foot already in the swamp of pauperism. The dynamic of the radical dependency theory of development is quite different from simply positing two disparate structures coming in contact at a point in time. For radical dependency, fixing the exchange relationship, tinkering with prices, does not thwart the drive to dispossess labor. It depicts the process of proletarianization as an ongoing historical condition necessitated by wealth making from central accumulation by industrialization. A characteristic example of lumpen third world development and its impact on labor is provided by Frank, a leading radical figure of this school. The development of industry in São Paulo has not brought greater riches to the other regions of Brazil. Instead, it converted them into colonial satellites, decapitalized them further, and consolidated or even deepened their underdevelopment. There is little evidence to suggest that this process is likely to be reversed in the foreseeable future except insofar as the provincial poor migrate and become the poor of the metropolitan cities. This industry developing in São Paulo is characteristic of much of what is developing throughout the underdeveloped world. This development assumes its course through growth in the investments of multinational corporations, or through the opening of local markets to foreign commodities. The demand for cheaper labor and the conditions that lead to increasing the number of migrants from the rural to the urban areas follow this cross-border capital concentration. One ought to recall that this is not a hydraulic relation, but a contingent value relationship in which underdevelopment is considered in view of the historically determined wealth and rapport de classe. The wage, in the Marxist structuralist view, is ancillary to the basic proposition of different economic structures with disparate technical bases entering into a relation of unequal exchange. This is not because the individual or the wage mechanism falls to some secondary or unimportant position, but because in this context the individual responds to changes in the socio-economic environment that are formed independently of his or her immediate will. Whereas in the neoclassical method the individual is the nucleus of action or the undisputed agent, in the radical approach, it is the social human being, whose political decision coagulates in class power, that is the agent in the historical context. There are two different types of human beings that we are dealing with, social humanity and Homo economicus. The latter does not confront the burden of history. From a radical perspective, the whole of the social formation, its political mass in international relations and autonomy, is its historical agency. In mainstream models, the rural and urban sectors involved in exchange exhibit a functional and positive relationship to one another, they just trade, without ulterior motives. In the radical framework, these sectors are united in an antagonistic relationship. The formation with the stronger power and technical base integrates and subordinates the one with the weaker technical base. The culturalist label of traditionalism applied to the rural sector is not the reason for its weaker position. Rural areas may still exhibit traditions that linger from the past, but vestiges of yesteryear also linger in modern urban societies. There is no quantitative threshold for a preponderance of pre-modern folk tradition that defines a formation as capitalistic or non-capitalistic. The same also goes for the rate of unemployment. A high or low rate does not designate the degree of capitalism. Capitalism is a historical stage, of which capital is the seminal relationship. Weakened Arab rural formations were incapable of withstanding the assault of imperialism, and the peasantry as subject of history made no significant contribution to bettering its own development. As such, the rural and peripheral areas are not independent, nor do they fall beyond the range of capitalist power and weaponry. The peasants, like their urban working-class counterparts, per Marx's maxim in the 18th Brumaire, are making history but not as they please. They become reservoirs of additional resources or wage workers in waiting. Capitalism's higher rates of underemployment and poverty-level rural employment are a manifestation of the permanent social crisis of capital. Full employment of labor under low productivity conditions does not run counter to the way society has expanded its output. Capitalism in the hinterland operates in a colonial mode. To requalifi, the transfers of labor by migration are the necessary outcome of an intensified joint comprador, imperialist assault intended to either permanently disengage resources or to cheapen them to be re-engaged at a later stage. To wait for the fruition of the transformation attendant on expanding commodity exchange in order to categorize a rural formation as capitalist is a misunderstanding that views capital as a stock of commodities rather than a social relationship. The contradiction between the private forms of appropriation and the social forms of production dictates the subjugation of rural to the urban sector and is often reproduced by violent political means. The rural and urban sectors do not require commodity exchange to be united, they ex ante have class politics and imperial hegemony to coercively unite them. It is otherwise in the colonies. There, the capitalist regime everywhere comes into collision with the resistance of the producer, who, as owner of his own conditions of labor, employs that labor to enrich himself instead of the capitalist. The contradiction between these two diametrically opposed economic systems manifests itself here practically in a struggle between them. Where the capitalist has at his back the power of the mother country, he tries to clear out of his way by force the modes of production and appropriation based on the independent labor of the producer. There is no hybrid mode of production, half capitalist and half pre-capitalist. The higher number of ox carts side by side with modern lorries does not make half or quarter capitalism, as if capitalism could only be measured against Swiss-like machinery. There is a capitalistically developing rural formation characterized by poor technical advancement, one whose evolution depends on the dynamics of the leading class or class alliance in the more central capitalist areas. The peasantry is part of a working class whose income is derived from the politically determined labor share of income. The uprooting of peasants and their conversion into social wage laborers ensues in relation to pauperization and the necessary expansion of the reserve army of labor, a corollary to the expansion of the broader relationship of capital. However, in organic and interdependent accumulation, the rural sector is not of secondary rank just because it constitutes such a low percentage of GDP. Without the sublation of the hinterland, the historical resilience of capitalism suffers. The rural sector serves as a reservoir of cheapened resources, a reproducer of labor power whose value outlays are borne by the working class, and a repository for capital contingently upon the reign of socialist ideology. In this unity of different social forces, the tendency is for the ruling class alliances to form and to regulate the labor process and its attendant proletarianization to the demands of capital accumulation. In the up until independence in the mid-20th century, the economy was mainly rurally based. After independence, circa 1950 and until 1980, the apparent structural transformations, specifically those associated with uprooting the peasantry, occur at a rate that is positively dependent on the rate of the imperialist hijacked national capital accumulation. The national economy grows less by productivity growth that may boost wages and more by grabbing a higher share from cheaply employed workers, hence, more labor is drawn from the rural areas to cheapen wages. The Arab socialist economies invested heavily in agriculture to stem the outflows of labor from subsistence farming. The capitalization of agriculture had implications for both national and regime security. Cash crops and food security buttressed the national economy, and the lower rate of peasant flow to the cities attenuated the growth of shanty towns and urban poverty that would have threatened the regimes. Under neoliberalism, transforming the population into a reserve labor pool in subsistence farming and later into wage labor incurred the additional cost of disarticulating the rural areas, creating a two-tier rural stratification with a parasitic class integrated as consumers with the center through the price differential of returns on exchange rates denominations. What was new under neoliberalism is that the rate of labor dislocation followed the demands of national capital as well as international financial capital. The Marxian category of the reserve army of labor includes all persons of working age capable of working, but unable to work because the economy does not generate sufficient employment. Then, as now, the colonies and later the peripheries produced huge numbers of laborers. But in the colonies the absolute population increases much more quickly than in the mother country, because many laborers enter this world as ready-made adults and the law of supply and demand of labor falls to pieces. Marx wrote this in reference to the many persons forcibly shipped to the colonies or those many of the colonies' rural population transformed into bonded labor and, hence, violently put to work. In more recent times, technological advancement and the changing post-independence balance of power in addition to the importation of labor-saving technology, meant that unlike days past where all the labor was absorbed in low productivity, slave-like agriculture, a significant proportion of new entrants into the labor market became permanently disengaged from production or eked out a living in low productivity work in urban areas. More particularly, Arab deindustrialization and the reduction of public sector employment and/or public investment also lowered the rate of decent job creation. The global crisis of overproduction further implied a cheapening of labor, not simply on the basis of the rule of large numbers, but also and more importantly on the basis of a larger redundant workforce whose very abjection cheapens its market-priced labor power even further. The hundreds of millions wallowing in poverty, demonstrating the worthlessness of labor as they are aggressed upon and perish prematurely, serve further the intertwined purpose cheapening and disempowering labor. More so than before, the sordid prospect remains that in the demonstration of imperialist power there is not a number of dead from war and famine that would cause global labor shortages. In most of the developing world, the proletarianization process gained momentum circa 1980 with the onset of the neoliberal age, but in much of that world, wage laborers were created without decent wage-paying jobs. Exponential growth entailed a higher rate of repression and exploitation of labor. As value became universalist in the dollar, financialized and with profit reported quarterly, drearier conditions of labor in production intensified. The initial stages of the production chain, the stage of producing the raw material where often violence prevails in the developing world, wrought the worst of the contradictions of exponential growth and immiserating exploitation. Increasingly, the subsistence side of the declining rural economy became a social support mechanism for the peasant who is a potential wage earner but is unlikely to ever find a decent wage-paying job. The failure of the rural sector to deliver sufficient social support raised the specter of crisis, especially as corporate land grab and cheaper food imports from the north degraded the basis for local sustenance and reduced the share of the consumption bundle created by local means. In addition to expulsion by violence, the cross-sector ruling class enacted the laws influencing lower amounts of food produced for immediate consumption by the farmers and, subsequently, incentivizing their removal from the land. Autonomy and sovereignty rest upon the command of the working class in the state and the amalgam of living and national securities. Depriving the rural classes of security, including food security, represented another measure that would add to the erosion of state autonomy over policy. There was more than just a commodity mode of integration with the Western world underpinning this relationship. Commodities are traded not only because they are objectified labor, but also because there is a social relation that is itself the historically given context that advances the trade of commodities. The co-opting of the Arab bourgeoisie under neoliberalism, its metamorphosis into a comprador class, was nearly complete at the time of the Arab Spring, and the resultant disarticulation within an Arab formation reinforced the already dire objective conditions to the point of explosion. A non-Marxist but structuralist analysis along the lines of the non-radical Latin American dependency theory does not fully account for this relationship of a social entity to itself, including its contradictions and its mode of articulation with the modern sector through rural-urban class alliances. The question that concerns the agency influencing the dynamics of modern capital accumulation, its crisis, its demand for cheapened labor, and the ensuing politics of aggression in the hinterland resulting from the interlocking of two separate structures in an exchange relationship, is underemphasized. Moreover, the social contradiction, which is intrinsic to every class society, is overshadowed by the rubric of the nation-state. But a state is a form of social organization with varying levels of sovereignty and multiple layers of class and security structures. One first should question the relationship of rural or urban labor to its own ruling class. Could there have been social changes in the rural sector as a result of its own internal class antagonisms, changes that steered matters in parallel with the interest of more modern capital, as in the salient case of a partnership of land-owning classes with the bourgeoisie? The undertone that structures are somewhat immutable and determined by a trans-historical nationalist sentiment of social classes is the Achilles heel of structuralist non-Marxist dependency theory. The failure of Latin America's import substitution policies was not a result of the failure of the policy itself. Failure was more intelligently attributed to the inevitable collaboration of the Latin comprador bourgeoisie with the capitalist class of the imperialist center. Account was taken of the higher degree of imperialist belligerence. This is what has happened in the The failing of the structuralist approach lies in underemphasizing the social context of value formation in a social process imbued with contradictions. Worse yet, import substitution in an Arab context is destined to fail at a quicker rate when the basis for trade, capital flows and foreign exchange rules are almost wholly pre-furnished by the imperialist. The way to expose this failure is through a value theory-based understanding, which fundamentally changes the rules of intellectual engagement. Such an approach posits a historical reading of the social class and power structure as a precursor to reified policy and price formation. The Marxian critique. The proletarianization process can be encapsulated in the relationship of exchange of labor power, itself a commodity, for other commodities. Examining the issue at this level of abstraction lays bare the social relations that underlie the proletarianization process. Also, by understanding these relationships from a value perspective, a prognosis could be derived from the tendencies in social relations governing present developments. On the surface, one observes an exchange taking place between a less developed entity, the less modernizing or rural sector, and the modern developed or urban sector. The former exports or sells labor power for wage goods from the developed entity. The functional relationship between the two formations dictates that one serves a purpose for the other. The rural area pays for part of its trade deficit with the remuneration from remittances. That labor moves in response to higher wages is a notion that captures only a one-sided aspect of exchange. The moment exchange takes place, the determinants of the functional relationship, and those of the internal rural relationship are combined in the objects being exchanged. These objects are labor power and wage goods, both are objectified value alienated from their producers. Seen from the optic of the rural areas, the exchange relationship is not about just the last moment when the person moves away to work, it is also about the history of scant work opportunity at home and the cost of maintaining laborers. The social cost of the reproduction of labor, all that moneyed and non-moneyed value that went into supporting the laborer who is unemployable at home since birth, bears no fruit for the suppressed rural sector. The problem as such cannot be reduced to the formal idea that the price of labor power pulls labor, because the rural sector has already been substantially deconstructed before the allure of urban wages comes into being. Simply, there is a history to the making of the migrant. Analytically, the question of whether exchange of labor power for wages occurs because rural migrants serve a function for urban capital and are enticed by wages, or because rural labor is vastly unemployed in the rural sector and therefore has to move, appear simultaneously in thought. However, the courses of these developments are not simultaneous. The political and economic dispossession of the rural areas precede the making of laborers whose labor power is ready to be exchanged. The question of causal determinacy is not a statistical exercise ascribing so much to wage pull or labor push, it is about the primacy of historical agency, that particular social relationship reproduced often enough to resituate the grounds beneath the theft of rural labor by modern capital. As Ullman put it in his Dance of the Dialectic, ask not who took the goose from the commons, the question should be who took the commons from the goose. Empirical studies meticulously describe each case of migration as different, such that there will be as many theories as there are studies. Each case is different, indeed. Yet again, a mere listing of differences obscures the general social dynamics creating the conditions for proletarianization. The universal dynamic is the process of proletarianization itself, or it is how the law of value asserts itself. For the neoclassical method, this relationship of exchange becomes conceptually discernible only if it is ultimately reduced to a price or wage. But many underdeveloped social formations knew no money system and had no money prices to begin with. Recalling, prices are not given, they emerge on the basis of a distorted power structure. Let us put the question this way, is it possible for the price of labor to be set so much below what is needed to maintain human life that emigration becomes a survival necessity? Of course the answer to the question from a neoclassical point of view is that in the atomized world of equilibria, there will be a price, no matter how low, which will clear the market. That low price may also clear the lives of many laborers. But the price system is an epiphenomenon of the social wage system, which is what needs to be explained. To capture the kernel of proletarianization, I need to document the history of establishing wage labor and the removal of additional labor from land in sync with the demands of capital. To bring this to light, I illustrate the process, from a Marxian perspective of exchange, as the mediation of the contradiction between value and use value or between the social cost of labor and the productivity of labor. Labor is a qualitatively unique category in that it is both a commodity and a producer of commodities, a producer whose rate of contribution to making commodities can be undervalued by the rate of exploitation. But for the moment let us consider only the one aspect wherein labor power is a commodity being exchanged for another commodity. Any commodity is a product of purposeful social activity, and it is at the end of the production process, defined as an objective entity. Each commodity in itself, before it enters into exchange, has two qualities, use value and value. Value, unlike the Ricardian point, is not only some average quantity of labor, which is the Ricardian substance of value, the average physiological input of labor in the commodity. The natural act of laboring is transhistorical. It only presupposes value as socially necessary labor time, that is, the historically given relation under commodity production that socially equalizes labor. Value as such is the mediation of the commodity's internal contradiction, it is subject and substance. Another way of putting this, value is the inner relation of a commodity to itself, outwardly revealed through the relation to another commodity. Labor power is useful, but also it has a cost. In the case we are considering, the rural sector's outlay on the human development and maintenance of the laborer in schooling, healthcare, and food is the cost of reproducing rural labor power, its intrinsic value. This value, to which the urban capitalist contributed nothing, is transferred into the commodities that rural labor produces once it migrates. The same is true of the modern sector's labor power and commodities. Thus, before exchange occurs, each commodity, as value and the product of value relations, has a dual quality and a relationship to itself. This relationship of the good to itself is a contradictory one. First, the labor power commodity has an inherent cost in terms of the outlays of labor that reproduce labor, but, second, it has little or no use value to its owner within the squeezed rural social formation wherein it was bred, but has no market into which it can deployed or realized. It is similar to the objectified commodity that the industrial capitalist produces and must sell. To parody the situation from a Marxian angle, exchange mediates internal value contradictions between value proper and the use value that labor power can impart to commodities in the process of production. Tangentially, exchange does not just come about in the moment, or when supply and demand curves appear on the blackboards of classrooms. Exchange is the outward manifestation or phenomenon resolving the inner contradiction found in the actual goods. This again is a historically, or commodity production, specific condition. Society has created laborers, and capital has robbed the grounds upon which they could labor. However, the process does not come to rest because labor is being pushed out as a result of the contradiction between value and use value. There is now the problem of exchanging so many different useful and exchangeable commodities for one another. Initially, the contradiction that has arisen in the determination of use and exchange values was resolved by the money form of value. Although each of the commodities being exchanged retains usefulness and exchangeability at the same time, the money form, having only exchange value, subsumes use value and mediates the manifold concreteness of exchange relationships. Labor power, like other commodities, sells for money or wage goods. Marx resolves the antinomies that usually pile up in the formal system of thought by following the development of the object in real time. The contradictions are preserved and ensure a dynamic of movement from one stage to another. Through social forms of organization, each concrete or particular social condition transcends its own barriers by growing into a more universal or abstract form, doing so via the money form. Methodologically, the ascent is historically fashioned, and what became abstract at one point in time will inevitably be perceived as concrete as a result of the persistence of contradictions. Labor power is a peculiar commodity, and it only came into being with the rise of capitalist relations. Although Greco-Roman forms of slavery had included marginal forms of the laborer converging with labor power as such became prevalent as a commodity when the commodity became money under capitalism. Labor power, the commodity whose undervaluing results in surplus value, is the most distinguishing feature of capital as an ahistorical social relationship under capitalism. Point 10. Marx shows that the money form and the evolution of credit keep on mediating various social contradictions associated with class and with forms of social organization and distribution. In contrast to the neoclassical approach, wherein money becomes a store of value, Marx shows that the money form of value captures the lopsided power structure and contradictions within the capitalist class system. Money is anything but neutral. For example, the build-up of fictitious capital has a non-fictitious impact on the working class, hence fictitious capital raises in absolute terms the share of the social product accruing to the bourgeoisie. Money is a measure of value brokered by the dominant classes to regenerate the social conditions for accumulation. It is necessary for our purposes to examine the conditions that demand the development of the exchange of labor power for a money wage from the internal relationships found in the creation of both labor power and other commodities. This allows for an understanding of the proletarianization process as part of the permanent crisis of capitalism, which is manifest primarily in a crisis of overproduction and entails the destruction of value and the suppression of use value to pressing exchange conditions, the working of the law of value. One needs to know how these internal contradictions are mediated and resolved, not in thought, but in their actual course of development within a specific capitalist historical phase, which broadly defined is the relationship of capital. Accordingly, the long-standing immiseration of the rural sector and its economic quarantine recreate the conditions for not only super-exploitation but also for value destruction. This latter category often goes missing in Western Marxist discourse on imperialism because it situates, at the heart of capital accumulation, the killing of the laborer along with his or her labor power. The capitalist crisis of overproduction has an alter image, which is underconsumption. The capping of the economic potential of the rural sector, limiting its propensity for modernization in order to impoverish it and make its own labor superfluous to it, is partly the automatic reflex, which is underconsumption, or the negative mirror image of a much greater crisis, overproduction. The destruction of small ownership rights and the socialization of the rural labor force devalue labor and slam shut the door of labor reabsorption in the rural areas. This process also scores another point for capital, as the greater autonomy that arises from the domestic production of essential foodstuffs is part of the potential basis for working-class resistance. In rural or underdeveloped areas, the forms of building the reserve army of labor assume the extremes of commercial exploitation. They are part of the ontological conditions for the creation of surplus value from the harnessing of primary inputs at the early stages of production such as raw material and labor. The production process is organic and one in which national boundaries, identity, and political reconstructed barriers should not conceal the cross-national input chain that begins with the intellectual production of design, the mining and the creation of the conditions for mining and later the finalization of the product. At each of these stages, forms of violence and dispossession vary in intensity to reinforce the departure of value from price. The same lives with the same levels of skills with the same value assume a different price or socially denominated values. The disarticulation resulting from the growing redundancy and the associated social rifts deepen labor force differentiation, which is an indispensable condition of accumulation. Thus far, three interrelated issues arise from posing the problem in this manner. The first, as already explained, is that this exchange mediates a contradiction between all the potentially employable rural labor and the limitation for its usability in the rural sector, or between value and use value, employability. The greater the contradiction between these two, the greater will be the necessity for outmigration or exchange abroad to realize the commodity that is labor power. As seen in the next section, the higher the rate of pauperization of the countryside as a result of its low share of income, the higher the rate of social dislocation. As mentioned earlier, the share of income of this and other sectors' working classes is decided not by productivity levels, but in the course of the class struggle. Second, the valorization of use value in a process of exchange determined by the balance of power in a class structure has an implacable bearing on alienation. The extent of alienation will be determined by the extent to which the working class is co-opted and the concomitant extent to which the labor power commodity, itself produced by labor, stands above and rules over labor as an alien and hostile power, the fetishism of commodities side of the Marxian argument. That labor power comes to stand above labor, that is, a worker's potential to put his or her labor power to work becomes more valuable than the worker herself, in a crisis-ridden developing context, amounts to the sort of alienation that commodifies nearly all aspects of human life. In weakened or bombarded formations like contemporary Iraq or Syria, humans themselves become commodities, and the dispensability of labor power determines labor's fate. It is not the individual who will be left with the choice of whether to migrate or not. The class in power adopts choices in relation to the magnitude of the reserve army of labor and its bearing on the rate of accumulation. The third issue is that of the money form. Although a universal equivalent that resolves the contradictions arising in exchange, money conceals within itself the breadth of antinomies in the social system. In particular, by generalizing wealth in the form of money, Capital further ties the reproduction of the rural land-owning class to its industrial counterpart. Thus, the proletarianization process occurs not only through the austere measures imposed from outside, but also by the repression of the collaborationist land-owning class whose mode of wealth accumulation depends on money earned from cash crops. Equally important, money becomes an additional instrument by which the reproduction of capital determines the social wealth devolved to each of the social classes in the rural areas. The mystique of the price system and a rationing of the supply of money to rural areas combine to squeeze the rural working population. Through money/price fetishism, the class in power reinforces the rate of exploitation and the rate of impoverishment necessary to create excess labor. From an analytical perspective, the question as to why there is uneven development in this union of modern sectors and less developing sectors appears to represent the duality that defines the boundary of the subject. Knowing their differences appears to explain proletarianization and migration. However, upon a closer reading, these two sectors are separate as well as united. The political hegemony exercised over the rural area links it to capitalism, not via the trade in commodities/labor route alone, but primarily by a social relationship, namely the political reach of capital. Capitalists acquire territory to engage it in capitalist production. The hegemonic relationship of urban over rural is essentially an extension of the social relationship of central capital into the hinterland. It matters little whether the majority of the rural sector was unemployed or employed, recalling the point that a high rate of unemployment is not what distinguishes a capitalist from a pre-capitalist formation. At any rate, the comparison is unfitting since in pre-capitalist formations almost all are engaged in low productivity work. Capital as self-expanding value needs the power to potentially select and engage resources in the process of profit-driven production. However, because accumulation is profit-driven and overproduction is a permanent condition, idle resources also form part of the concomitancy for the creation of value, hence, the vastly idle underemployed rural population. Insofar as the rural sector is socially and politically subjected to the diktat of central capital where the final stages of production culminate, one ceases to observe any separation between two morphologically different social and geographical entities. The capitalist sector sublates the pre-capitalist sector. 11 It stands to reason, therefore, that a diagnosis of the problem will have to address the leading social agency of the ruling class of the modern sector and its subordinate ally, the rural landowning class, which together pauperise rural areas. The concrete condition. From the early 1980s on, as the ideology of socialist resistance waned, more people became divorced from their previous ways of making a living and were driven into poverty. They were separated from their private means of subsistence, socialized as labor and deprived of the ideological and organizational means of developing a framework to meet the requirements of decent livelihood. So huge was the exodus from the countryside that the UN began addressing the issue of an aging demographic profile of the rural population in the Table 5.2 Rural and Urban Populations of Arab Countries, 1980 to 2020. Figures do not include inhabitants of rural areas around Cairo who do not count as urban residents. Percentage of rural population, percentage of urban population. 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020. 56.2, 50.1, 46.3, 42.6, 38.6, 43.9, 49.8, 53.7, 57.4, 61.4. Source: The Demographic Profile of Arab Countries' Aging Rural Population, United Nations, 2008a. In the over half of the consumed food bundle is imported, so a rise in food prices can reduce income. The developments in the agricultural sector as per tables 5.3 and 5.4 show a reduction in the contribution of agriculture to GDP, a decrease in the rate of agriculture employment and persistent higher poverty in the rural areas. Table 5.3 The agriculture sector's contribution to employment and as a share of GDP, selected countries and years. Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Syria, Tunisia, West Bank and Gaza. Employment 1977, 31. 1995, 12 1976, 47. 2000, 30 1979, 11. 1993, 6 1971, 58. 1999, 44 1970, 50. 1991, 28 1975, 39. 2001, 22 1980, 23. 2000, 14. Value added 1977, 8. 2000, 9 1976, 28. 2000, 17 1979, 7. 2000, 2 1971, 20. 2000, 14 1970, 20. 2000, 24 1975, 18. 2000, 12 1987, 19. 2000, 8. Source: The World Bank 2004, MENA Development Report, Unlocking the Employment Potential in the Middle East and North Africa, Toward a New Social Contract. The decline of the Syrian agricultural sector began in 2000 with the onset of the second generation of neoliberal reforms. Morocco and Syria represented the two Arab countries with the lowest rate of dependency on food imports. Table 5.4 Distribution of rural and urban poverty *. Country/territory percentage of the poor in urban areas, percentage of the poor in rural areas, percentage of rural poor in total. Yemen 2140-84. Egypt 1027-78. Iraq 1639. Jordan 1219-29. Syrian Arab Republic 815-62. Palestine 2155-67. The Sudan 2785-81. Sources: World Bank WDI, for Iraq, Central Organization for Statistics and Information Technology and the World Bank WDI, and, for the Sudan, Feostat. Most of these figures were substantially revised after the uprisings of 2011 and show a starker wealth-poverty differential. In the past 3 decades, most Arab countries joined the World Trade Organization. This period represents a greater openness in agricultural markets and, hence, greater susceptibility to price fluctuations and import surges. Intra-regional Arab trade is at around 10% of total trade with the rest of the world, despite the General East Arab Free Trade Agreement, which is supposed to promote inter-Arab trade. The comprador class and its cross-border allies ensure that Arab joint and developmental treaties are unmonitored for implementation and that all integration efforts remain ineffective. A more interlocked and interdependent Arab food market would add an element to Arab national and cross-national security that would shift the power dynamic, tilting the base of international negotiations toward Arab countries. But neither the Arab comprador class nor its international partners would support empowering working people in the with the freedom that comes from food independence. In the poorer countries of the the slightest decline in the domestic food supply runs the risk of being translated into a further reduction of per capita consumption. Over the past 20 years, average consumption per capita declined slightly. Notably, for the same period, the per capita production of basic foods exhibited a downward trend, and the slack in the level of domestic supply was covered by higher imports. It may be argued that greater market integration, lower prices, and accessibility of food supplies prevented consumption per capita from falling further and that, under more autarkic conditions, the pervasive problem of malnutrition could have worsened. But autarkic conditions would not have eroded local production capacity. Excluding the Gulf, Arab agricultural imports were 3.5 times greater than exports in 2008.12, financing continuously increasing levels of imports under conditions of dwindling savings and balance of payments problems adds to the fiscal deficit. In countries where food staples are subsidized, higher food prices increase the pressure on that deficit. As things stand, average growth in GDP per capita in most Arab countries has stagnated. More important, as mentioned in the introduction, the working population's shares of income fell progressively. Together, income inequality dynamics resulting from an inequitable tax regime and from balance of payments vulnerability has put the working class in a more precarious position as debts are paid by further reducing labor's income share. Unless investment and protection of the key sector of national agriculture are reinstituted, the financial enslavement of poorer countries will not abate. Neoliberal market openness was supposed to release resources from low productivity sectors and sharpen the comparative advantage of better performing economic activities. However, productivity growth was more frequently low or negative, and the is still far from reaping the full benefits of trade, had those benefits even existed under such arrangements. The combined impact of declining overall economic performance and balance of payments accounts implies a quasi-permanent dislocation of domestic labor and resources. Labor released from sectors rendered uncompetitive by an unbalanced pricing arrangement, in particular subsistence agriculture, adds to urban unemployment. Initially, low productivity in Arab agriculture had historical roots relating to colonial repression or neglect and antiquated technology. Arab nations, as defined by imperial treaties, emerged outside the centers of industrialization and, apart from the early phase of post-independence reconstruction, they remained on a path of relative underdevelopment reinforced by lopsided trade treaties. Consequently, their productive capacity suffers from a compounded negative historical bias. Also disconcerting is that there are indications that food-importing Arab countries, especially the poorer group, are becoming progressively more susceptible to production shortfalls. The possible combination of conflicts and production shortfalls opens the gateway to lower food consumption levels per capita and accentuates the problem of malnutrition. Although linear trends can only be formally indicative of things to come under unchanging conditions, the trajectories of imports and exports per capita foretell growing dependency on imports. Around the mid-1970s, domestic basic food production in the Arab group represented more than 3/4 of total domestic consumption. At the present rate of decline in output and, under constant conditions, by the year 2020 domestic food production will represent less than 1/4 of consumption. Maintaining the rate of consumption at the present level necessarily implies that the volume of imports will have to rise at a slightly higher rate than that in the 1990s. In a nutshell, if the poorer working strata are to maintain a steady level of food consumption per capita, more food will need to be imported because the rate of decline in food production may not be fully countervailed by the rate of growth in food imports. And when so much of the food bundle is imported and bought with meager national wages, the $2 benchmark of poverty becomes meaningless. Food speculated on and priced in dollars and then paid for in the local currency will raise the share of working class income going to food consumption by the exact proportion of rising food prices in the dollar. That is why subsidies represent an indispensable instrument of stabilization given that food prices have been subjected to speculation and have been fluctuating so violently of late. Would it take much to raise per capita consumption and alleviate malnutrition under the existing structural framework? It should not, because the required handout amount represents a small share of the budget or a share that an insignificant amount of official development assistance could offset. However, the quantity of cash or the logistics of food delivery needed to alleviate hunger and malnutrition are not the reason why these problems are not being solved. Hunger, malnutrition, and food intake deficiency are a basic part of the imperialist or social control structure needed to regiment the labor process tailored for capital accumulation, both nationally and globally. The regimentation and repression of labor, or at times, its partial decimation, is what drives the pricing of resources in developing countries far below value, such that when the value and labor of the South are integrated with the production of the North, a higher surplus value and higher profit rate would be wrought as a result of super-exploitation. A reversal of malnutrition requires little in resources but much in class restructuring to perform a volte-face in development policy and its associated faulty macroeconomic interface with reality. Under more realistic projections, even if poorer Arab countries experience moderate to high rates of growth, this would not offset the rate of decline in the domestic food sector without a balancing and redistributing of the growth across social strata, with particular attention to the expansion of the basic necessities sector. Under structural adjustment, economic growth came to be based on yet more unbalanced sectoral performance. However, unlike Hirschman's adumbration, the leading sector was extractive and exhibited few positive linkages to the rest of the economy. The structure of these import-led economies is more conducive to food dependency because it tends to favor primary sector exports or cash crops at the expense of the basic food sector. The net result of these dire food production conditions, in addition to wars and forcible expulsion from the land, has been intensified proletarianization. However, the individual's choice, more necessity than choice, to leave rural areas does not come about just because the higher accumulation of the modern centers necessitates the implementation of expulsion policies and the exchange of modern sector commodity for labor services. It also arises as a result of an innate crisis of the rural system itself. The primacy in this class articulation of weak and open systems is imperialism, or the uppermost cluster in the class hierarchy. Imperialist policy or war halts the growth of the rural sector itself by amputating the realization of value in agricultural employment. There is a requirement to view the issue in terms of value because, as we will see below, a higher signification of value through price in the rural areas signifies shifts in the class structure. To summarize, the theoretical features of proletarianization are: the rural areas, by the extension of imperialist hegemony articulated with the demands of capital, have undergone significant transformations and are not in any sense pre-capitalist. The expansion of capital into rural areas requires the reproduction of cheapened labor from those areas. The extirpation of traditional farm labor is accomplished by imposing restrictive measures on agriculture, and by the politics of forcible dislocation. The relationship of labor transfers to the urban center came into being as an exchange relationship under the purview of imperialist hegemony and as a result of fueling class contradictions within the Arab social formation. Cross-sector ruling class alliances and the violence of class politics exacerbated rural abjection. The social costs of reproducing the migrant labor force in the rural areas cannot be reimbursed by remuneration, at least on account of super-exploitation, but also the flow of migrants continued unabated. Hence, remunerations do not recapitalize the less modern formations to retain labor. Resituating the issue. Under the combined impacts of dislocation, neoliberalism and a secular trend of growing organic composition of capital, the reserve army of labor has become immense relative to existing capacity and the productively employed working population. Where wars are not shortening lives, the passive gains to the working class resulting from cheaper mass-produced medications and vaccines are prolonging life expectancy in conditions of poverty. Imperialist ideologues often assess progress in developing formations from the standpoint of myth, such that regardless of past colonial genocide and war or neoliberal policies, imperialism has improved the lives of former savages or uncultured creatures in the developing world. But the colonists' own progress is predicated upon limiting or destroying the progress of an otherwise historically more developed Orient, upon whose passing it has accumulated its wealth. Myth aside, the improvements to working-class living standards are best contrasted with a historically rising level of income related to the development of the productive forces, particularly technology. The decline in the share of wages, rising income inequality and negative productivity growth ensure that the historically determined standard of living has also been declining. The repression attendant upon the wage system, which regulates the quality of life and reproduction of the working class, needs not only to accelerate the pauperization of national labor but, interrelatedly, it has to cheapen labor as well, as a precondition for the creation of surplus value. Capital flaunts the death, idleness, and indigence of labor so as to contribute, by the demonstration effect, to hollowing out the power of the proletariat. As evidenced by conditions in war-torn least developed countries, the horrors of the wage system implied by the creation of a war-indigent proletariat whose labor representation has been completely wiped out by the blood-drenched politics of identity, become inevitably more intense because of forced expulsion and to higher death rates due to violence and dislocation. In the organic totality that is capital, the immiseration policy deployed by US-led imperialism not only drains the social product but metamorphoses into a self-reinforcing process whereby each successive loss for labor contributes to strengthening the ideological constructs of capital. Recalling, of course, that the share of wages accruing to the working class is reduced by politically fragmenting the labor force. In the urban poor's living conditions have been battered under neoliberalism. The segment of the working class obtaining higher urban wages does not drive the exodus from the countryside by invidiousness. The flaunting of the few successful cases of rural migrant exercising psychological pressure as the ideological alibi, misses the scene of the crime, which is, the wage rate itself is a symptom of the dislocation measures exercised upon the rural population in general. Ideological reproduction is antecedent to capital's reproduction. Because of the integrated circuit of production globally, the show of destitute and more displaced workers pressure national and international wages downwards. At the heart of the matter, there are two mechanisms at work displacing labor in the A14. First, the politics of imperialism expressed in the economics of the relative and absolute impoverishment of the peripheral areas, and second, the nearly complete integration that has resulted from the imposition of economic union via neoliberalism and open trade treaties. The urban sector is the sole survival space available after the asphyxiation of rural life. Persistent rural poverty, uneven development, and depletion of the rural labor force are ipso facto proof that remitted wages do not offset the lost value from the countryside. The low share of income accruing to the rural sector is related to the way the sector was integrated nationally and globally, and also to the power rapport de classe behind this integration. The spectrum of integration varies from modernized agricultural production of cash crops to a repository for wars. The rural sectors of the swing to the latter case, given that war is a principal conduit of its underdevelopment. As I have explained, this displaced labor contributes to value creation, but not via value-added work activity in the last stage of production. There are value-added activities at every stage of production. The early stages of production involve the disengagement of labor and/or employment in work that requires extinguishing life in a reduced time span, such as menial work in unhealthy conditions or wartime employment in soldiering. When value as a social category is what it takes to reproduce society, erecting national boundaries and killing off the other imparts absolute surplus value and, hence, wealth to the imperialist center. Socially necessary labor time comes into being not only in imperialist centers. Every direct and indirect historical condition of molding value to the requirement of exchange is part of surplus value. Put differently, in the interrelated and historical process of wealth creation, all the moments of the totality, all subordinate relationships to the core relationship of capital, contribute to value by directly or structurally influencing the production process. That is why, despite hunger poverty requiring little in money terms to be eliminated, no effort will be made to end it because, in the crisis of overproduction, the setting aside or destruction of resources, including humans, is how a higher rate of surplus value materializes. That is not counterfactual history, it is what happens on a regular basis under capitalism. Moreover, financialization has elevated the snatching of wealth in money form via the crushing of the wage shares of income into the ultimate mode of meeting capital's tendencies of concentration and centralization of production. 15. The latter two conditions are no longer only concrete, as in setting up huge monopolies in the center, but through the denomination of international wealth in money form they have also become abstract, strengthening the power of the cross-national bourgeoisie. In addition to the rising organic composition of capital, the dual process of profits growth through grabbing from labor income and the higher concentration of wealth in abstract value form fuel the conditions for the further disengagement of socialized labor. The integration of capital through increased financialization under neoliberalism accelerates the rate at which the operation of the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation proceeds. Often in Western Marxist circles, according to Devine, the operation of the Agilka, the law in which the value composition of capital favors higher productivity and displaces labor, neglects the international connectedness of production. A caveat is called for concerning the raw material exporting periphery of the Third World. Values generated in peripheral formations, or non-moneyed resources hitched to production by capitalism, are formed by violent social processes and transformed into prices within a disproportionate class and power context. Tearing apart old ways of maintaining a living, inflating the ranks of the unemployed, snatching third world resources and driving people into abjection by means of war and neoliberal policy, these build the social foundations for quarterly profit rates. The politics of dispossession and imperialist aggression mediate the growing rift between private gain and the redistribution of value in a complex global production structure that surpasses the narrow confines of the nation-state. Working class fragmentation and identity. In the state of rural poverty of the primacy of politics, or the idea that to discipline a working class capital may sacrifice moneyed resources by more than it gets directly back from its investment in putting this working class to productive work, acquires more poignancy. This is because these underdeveloped or rural formations matter more as to how they further imperialist interests via the formation's own insecurity than as to how their development might add to value or wealth. Fruitful resistance to imperialism revalorises, through development and rising incomes, not only the underdeveloped formations but also, by implication, the global balance of forces. Successful resistance would also require the antidotes to neoliberalism, which are expansionary fiscal and monetary policies financed in relative autonomy from the shackles of the international financial structure. In a nationalist capitalist environment, the national ruling classes have to temper their profits by limiting their own integration with world capital. The rate of wealth accumulation of the national bourgeoisie has to be capped by a ceiling that recirculates much of the social product within the national economy, a constraint that demolishes the very raison d'etre of a comprador ruling class. Hence, for any underdeveloped or rural developmental and anti-imperialist agenda to be put into effect, the class structure of the state will need to be dominated by a working-class political formation that can bridge intra-working class differences in an alliance against capital. Unlike this desired outcome, identity-fueled and inter-working class divisions in the have turned into ugly conflicts. Shifting notions of identity, especially Shiite, Sunni, are often presented by the mainstream as constituting fundamental divisions that crisscross classes. In a gross falsification of history, such identities are assumed to be immutable across time and to form fault lines of bonding and organization. These identities are taken as evidence that the immediacy of the cultural determinants of class are more pronounced than are economic ones, as if economic determinants are locked into a competitive game with cultural traditions. However, social classes cannot exist outside class relationships that tie them together. Analysis of class in diverse social formations must begin at this point. It is within these relationships that class structures, including their history and evolution, are constituted. What a class is and does depends on how it is situated in relation to other classes. Foremost of these is the us-led imperial financial class with its ideological power as a class. Multiple fragmenting identities or a single working class identity rise or fall in relation to imperialist ideological hegemony. In the early 20th century, the well-known colonial role in segmenting Arab society along identity lines failed in the face of the rising tide of world socialism. The Arab working classes and their interdivisions mirror the rapport de force, which had recently come to include the retreat of the global left vis-a-vis the rise of imperialism. The imperialist assault and control element is a determining moment, shaping its ideological progeny into identities that divide working classes. In these social relationships, capitalists organize not only their relations to the means of production, but also into distributional arrangements that cement capital as a social relationship. This is the organized dimension of capital, a political process mediating its growing scope of action, in which state power represents the key articulating moment. Working classes, in relation to the dominant class, can maintain their organization, their history, and shared understanding of anti-imperialist or anti-capitalist struggles, and their collective experience, which together influence the cohesion of the working class a whole, including the peasantry. Class does not disappear beneath identity. It exists in relation to other classes and as a relationship to property in which legal arrangements enact the division of labor according to the prevailing structures of political and ideological power. At a very abstract level, class is the mediation of a particular state of being, materialist in the more general political form. This form is divisive in circumstances of defeat and retreat. These characteristics, in their commonalities and differences, are the outcome of the degree of cohesion within a class and of the balance of forces, including ideological ones, within a political structure. Class is a real constituent of the agency of history, albeit, in its relationship to other classes. These relationships are materially grounded and cannot be wished or washed away by countervailing ideology in the guise of divisive identity. Various cultural attributes and qualities devolve to social groups in relation to the outcome of class struggle. A class, therefore, is the process that divulges the manifold social characters that exist in relation to capital. The repression endured by the working classes in relation to imperialism and its oil control agenda emerges as a state of disarticulation between social condition and consciousness manifested in all sorts of defeats at the current historical moment. While working class fragmentation in terms of religion and other cultural categories is pursued everywhere under the barrage of funding and the ideological warfare of capital, imperialism splinters more malevolently when it targets the intersection at which the ruinous social condition calls for anti-systemic working class action and solidarity. But, at the present stage, the degree to which people in the do or do not identify politically as members of a social class is far from exceptional in a comparative sense. And much like others, they do not exist socially outside the class system, either. While there are precarious, and internally divided, working classes, there are also cases of cohesiveness and revolutionary thrust. Just prior to the uprising, for instance, strikes by Egyptian El Mahala workers and the Tunisian General Labor Union represented poles of resistance around which working class solidarity formed and unified a spectrum of diverse pauperist strata. Only later, in the post-uprising crisis, did political Islam, the historical brainchild of colonialism and imperialistically groomed for the transition, appear as an organized force. The Islamic political expression in this case was not univocal. It remains contingent upon the instruments and opportunities that emerged from tacit support in imperialist quarters, where the aim is to abort the revolutionary momentum of the uprising. It is not the existence of a social class that should come into question, it is which kind of political action is forming in response to the assault sustained by working people in the and, more importantly, in relation to imperialism. A closing comment. Between 1980 and 2015, around a third of the inhabitants of Arab cities were rural migrants. Most of those migrants have joined the already impoverished ranks of the urban working classes that engage in low productivity, informal and poorly paid activity. In the shanty towns where the social services of the state have been cut back, a politically select group of NGOs caters to these migrants. These are, for the most part, civil society institutions of Islamic orientation. With the ebbing of socialist ideology, the migrants have been subjected to the doctrine of political Islam that indicts corrupt individuals but not the context in which these individuals operate, which is capitalism. The security apparatus of Arab regimes, the only effective state institution, was careful in its choice of malleable civil society operatives. More radical groups were constrained, while those that did not question the comprador basis of peripheral capitalism were given full scope. As indicated in Chapter 2, after the bread riots of 1977, Sadat cohabitated with the more docile elements of the Muslim Brotherhood. Likewise, for some time before the uprising, Western compliance sections of the Muslim Brotherhood were fully functional under the auspices of American NGOs. Peasant and working class property, which was thieved via the state, had become the property of the ruling class. The uprisings of 2011 came and went and, where no war erupted, elections were held, but no one questioned the past thefts of the ruling class. Doubtless, a political process falling in line with the vision and strategy of imperialism, bereft of economic and social rights, will deliver once and again a style of democratization like that installed by the United States after the Iraq invasion. So long as the ideological apparatus for the realization of the working class in the state is determined by imperialism, stolen wealth becomes the unquestionable entitlement of the ruling class. Noting that the labor share is too small to revive healthy growth, the principal policy tools that could rebalance the demand side of Arab economies, namely wealth redistribution and land reform, have been subjected to a coup de grace by the neoliberal avalanche. In view of the organic interlocking of the global economy, apolitical policy prescriptions focusing on demand-side Keynesianism to rebuild Arab national economies ring hollow. Even desirable more expansionary fiscal and monetary policies are meaningless without tipping the balance of power and restraining the comprador bourgeoisie. By restraining, I mean least of all, allowing its expansion to proceed only in rationed money form denominated in national currency, without the capacity to transfer national currency abroad, as has been practiced under Arab socialism. Arab socialist multiple exchange rates, interest rates, and partial barter trade resituate the rules of the game in favor of the distressed sectors of the economy and working class incomes. Regaining development means regaining policy autonomy under conditions of popular sovereignty. The positive relationship between policy space and positive developmental outcome is such a straightforward question that, in spite of its sensitivity, was addressed by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. The idea of policy space refers to the freedom and ability of governments to identify and pursue the most appropriate mix of economic and social policies to achieve equitable and sustainable development. Yet, in the typical half-truth type of positioning resulting from the UN subordination to the dominant imperialist power, it attributes loss of autonomy, in one instance, to various legal obligations emerging from multilateral, regional, and bilateral agreements. This appears as the UN Security Council deals with the possibility of regional wars escalating into global ones, and state sovereignty has become a byproduct of a universally democratic international law in which honoring agreements is part of the gentlemanly behavior of Western nations. Exponential growth through profit-making in an open and integrated system calls for a higher rate of social debilitation in its underbelly to feed its objective path, what Mazaros designated as the metabolic rate of the reproduction of capital. In such an intrinsic relationship, violent forms of the exercise of class power determine much of autonomy. Class power is not the ahistorical person or group in the executive office with megalomaniac individual agency, it is the avalanche that is history, its dominant ideological vortex and monolithic institutions into which Arabs and Africans are born. Often, social democratic policies skip the baleful conditions in the lowest ranks of the international production order. Looking at the barrage of Keynesian prescriptions as professed by UNCTAD, one would stand in awe at the naivete of the idea that all countries can expand demand together, complementing each other and all rising into some sort of development heaven. Of all things, such scenarios are envisaged with leading private sectors in state and economy. Private profits determined global capital accumulation, taken as a totality, must raise the standards in one corner of the third world at the expense of another, either in the first world or another layer of the third. Absolute democratic Fordism is equivalent to socialism, where profits are publicly owned. Only when profit rates are publicly generated and equally distributed across national boundaries do the interests of the poorest countries positively sync with the outcome of demand reform in any middle-income country. In such a socialist world, exploitation and surplus value would soon vanish. In reality, middle-income countries such as Brazil, Mexico, and so forth, are being placated by the extent to which misery and war plague the lowest echelons of the international division of labor. Without mention of the centrality of class antagonisms, Keynesian mantras obfuscate distributional mechanisms and strengthen the ideological hold of capital. They represent a way for the organized dimension of capital to manage accumulation by war and immiseration inflicted upon the Lazarus layers of Third World labor. 16 Worst of all, the putative reasons for the underdevelopment of the poorest have shifted from genetic to cultural inferiority. Dispossessing peasants entails a further socializing of labor and production and an intensification of the contradictions of capital. Looking at the crisis of the rural sector in terms of inhibiting the realization of value leading to undervalorization of labor is relevant to policy and to the building of rural-urban class alliances. A structural transformation dependent on a broad working class alliance has to engage the new Lazarus class in the struggle for socialized production and forms of social property. Although transitions to socialism currently appear illusory, reforms involving a repricing mechanism are not an impossibility. Insofar as the social organization of the dependent economy and its agricultural sector is concerned, 2 points arise from the foregoing emphasis on the value contradictions within the rural or underdeveloped sectors. First, there has to be a reinvention of a price system that revalorizes labor and capitalizes the national economy and the rural regions, with price guarantees and subsidies being part of that reinvention. Second, through socializing agricultural property into collective or small-owned farms in such a way as to ensure that the social interest aligns with the private interest. At the national level, retaining the social product for recirculation within national borders involves multilayered price engineering that ensures exchange and interest rate policies that lock in resources and an inter-industry price system that enhances output. At a subordinate agricultural sector level, guarantees for agricultural output, financing for agriculture at concessionary rates, and integrating agriculture into the economy via increased investment, represent the optimum strategies. The fact that commodities can stand above people and dictate the allocation of resources stems from the way use value is valorized by a class structure that pits it against socially necessary labor. When alienated labor power is more valuable than the laborer, the problem cannot be solved by appealing to humanizing the labor process. The profit-driven wage system under capitalism cannot be humanized, and if some national working strata appear more secure, it is usually at the expense of other national or extranational workers. Redundant labor contributes to relations accumulation by its very redundancy or by its engagement in wars, including proxy imperialist wars. By metabolising humanity and nature in an organically interrelated process, one that knows no national boundary and whose mode of growth under financialization extracts proportionately more of wealth by absolute surplus value, the production of the reserve army of labor not only becomes increasingly integral to the dynamics of capital, but also to its partial destruction. What has to change, therefore, are the two seemingly unchangeable pillars of capital, the class structure, and the rate of surplus socialization, both at the source and the end product. Workers rule under more egalitarian conditions. For the present, the same laws governing reproduction of society that created the calamity prior to the Arab Spring remain in place. Imperialist strategy continues to aim at further deconstructing the political underpinnings of working class security, hence cheapening labor. Financial imperialism has expanded debt to the point where the labor of future generations will be commodified and held as collateral to steady the value and the profit rates from the order of fiat money that signifies the wealth of the ruling classes. In this early phase of the 21st century, the imperialist grip on the economic channels that fuel interworking class dividedness is ironclad. Now, as before, revolutionary consciousness must rise from outside the narrow boundaries of the economic struggle that only boosts sectional politics. Forms of action that mediate the narrow section into the organizational whole augur the rebirth of a global vision that empowers the Arab working classes and peasantry. Chapter 6. Permanent War in the Arab World. This final chapter addresses the role of imperialist war in denying sovereignty to the Arab working masses and thereby sustaining a cheapened valuation of Arab resources for the purposes of metropolitan capital accumulation. The wars visited upon the are not an accident of history unrelated to the necessities of world capital. Carved up and remolded by the continued practice of colonialism, imperialist aggression and recolonization, the represents an outstanding manifestation of permanent war theory. Oil in its raw form, together with the value of imperial rents wrought from its strategic control, represents a decisive constituent of the global accumulation process. US-led capital's control of oil by means of violence sustains its rate of expropriation and the stature of the U.S. empire. As such, the articulation of the Arab social formation with US-led imperialism, the capitalist class cutting across national boundaries, issues from US-led hegemony and from wars of encroachment to seize the assets of the Arab region. To redress the declining contribution to the circuit of capital arising as a result of autonomous working classes retaining more of the value they created, US-led imperialism and its class allies regularly resort to military aggression. Militarism boosts war-related technological development and financial expansion, and heightens the rates of dispossession cum devalorization of insecure social formations, in particular, Arab formations. Hence, as Mao Zedong might have put it in today's context, the A is articulated with world capital by the barrel of the gun. What the necessity of war to imperialism implies for Arab development is that imperialist belligerence or the serious threat thereof can result in the collapse of the state as a potential medium for working class representation in the international political order. So far, where war is not already completely ravaging society, poor development outcomes of the neoliberal genre characterize Arab development. In this concluding chapter, I address some aspects of the combined condition of war cum botched Arab development as the necessary product of imperialist aggression qua permanent war. With Israel and the IS in the process of constructing ethnically pure states, effacing internationally recognized borders and flouting the conventions of the international security arrangement, the threats emanating from the region implicate the entire planet. Unless there grows an internationalist alternative from between the fault lines of contradictions, wars will continue to create a sustainable downward social spiral that fragments the working classes along ethnic and sectarian lines. More important, as a result of financialization, the implications of dehumanizing the labor process in one corner of the world reconstitute the power of capital everywhere. For the first time since the post-war period, the declining share of wages in the central labor, aristocratic nations unequivocally shows the organic ties of the global working classes. 1 Their descent is not only coincidentally related to the descent of the bombed nations or the poorest, it is caused by it. There end the flimsy falsehoods of Western labor aristocracy, and here begins the search for a theory of struggle originating from the conditions of starving refugees in war-torn areas. War and the comprador class. Although no state would be the realization of the political ideal under capitalism, the Arab state has long since lost even the semblance of a supporting role for national capital, and it rarely embodies the rights of its citizenry by intermediation. The imperialist-dominated Arab state has to estrange the working class from its rights. It creates the external constraints on the development of civil liberties, which mostly through repression, as distinct from the salient psychological mind-twisting propaganda, have become internalized by much of the population as self-policing measures. As a higher degree of the motto better be feared than loved, the state is an arbitrage by the exercise of violent repression or pacification by direct handout rather than promoting consent by representation and, conjunction ally, wealth through productivity gains. Each Arab formation has a specific identity determined by its own class structure and the rapport of interlocked internal and external forces. As the ruling merchant class integrates with foreign capital, it becomes part of, and materially rooted in, those external forces. It is half-wit to address the national and international class links or their impersonal, objective, and historical relationships in terms of quantity or percentages assigned to either internal or external decision-makers to apportion blame. Historical class relationships are also the prevailing balance of forces, or the overdetermined history, which obviously has not favored the working classes in the A. One cannot overemphasize how misleading it is to conceptualize class reality anywhere in terms of national bereft of international, especially when the circuit of capital is transnational and the quantity of value assessed in a given chronological period is only meaningful in relation to its constituting social relationships developing in social time. 2 As argued in the previous chapter, value is subject, object, it is the physical commodity and the relationships organizing the commodity, while classes are interrelated transnational relationships that the Arab merchant class has integrated with the social relationship that is imperialism. The merchant qua comprador class feeds off the conversion of national resources into dollar assets or acts as a henchman for imperialism, serving its strategic positioning objectives. The merchant class in charge of the social formation is an extreme version of the comprador. It holds a necrotrophic relationship with the national economy. It usurps value from the working class without reinvesting in it because it simply does not depend on rising national productivity to enhance its wealth. The inherited despotism of the old feudal formations, unchattered by liberal bourgeois revolutions, and lingering amidst the increasingly severe accumulation crisis, re-emerges in new divisive sectional guises to deliver the regimentation of the labor process. As it has been anecdotally put, the rich Arabs are protected by imperialist air power and may earn more interest on their wealth abroad than on revenues from productive national undertakings. With the exception of the post-independence industrialization drive, the merchant side of the Arab economy was the only side carefully reared by colonialism, and in the neoliberal era it had returned to the same position it had occupied in colonial times. However, in an Arab context, the sheer belligerence of imperialism calls into question the usual characterization of the relationship between a post-colonial formation and the present imperial powers. The frail sovereignty of the Arab state, its precarious development, and its devastation by war constitute a case of development by wars of encroachment as opposed to industrial and trade-based exchange. In the choice between putting people to work for cheap wages or literally cheapening people, US-led imperialism integrates the through the latter mode. The condition of actual or potential defeat to the US-Israeli military alliance shapes an easily penetrable Arab environment for such state-of-play war-making. The calculated risks to imperialism are low and becoming lower. In comparison, the East Asian cordon sanitaire, where a stronger correlation between development and security concerns prevails, imperialist capital flows and the influence of a militarily toothless Japanese state were able to pass certain welfare gains as a result of pouring resources into manufacturing and other tradable sectors. By contrast, the bellicosity of a US-led alliance and its sponsored Arab warlords who masquerade as nationalists but whose material reproductive base rests in geopolitical rents and international financial circles, reverse industrialization-based development. War itself is necessarily but not exclusively the end goal and the linchpin of most social structures in the Arab region. In addition to the historical momentum of imperialist aggression to redress power positions, the primacy of politics or the sociological character of imperialism involves the act of strengthening the rule of capital by foregoing some intermediate monetary benefits. Although such concerns for power, control, and stability of rule are central to the resilience of capital, as sociological relations underlining imperialist practice they hold much more for the than elsewhere. This is mainly the result of the imperialist consideration by which the politics of war and, conjunction ally, oil control overshadow the issue of developing the Arab region's productive capacity for the purpose of trade. The circuitous financial gain channel for imperialism occurs through war, the power derived therefrom and ideological spin-offs rather than trade in civilian end-use commodities. War in an underdeveloped context is undervalorization and control through the disempowerment or alienation of humans and resources. There are two factual points that envelop the case of stripping Arab resources from their owners qua producers and then cheapening them. First, there is not much for Western powers in trade gains to be accrued from the pittance of moneyed income of the save for the Gulf states whose funds are already under the purview of the dominant financial power. Apart from oil, there is precious little to desire when the share of labor income of non-Gulf Arab counties is less than 0.5% of world income. Secondly, militarism spending or, better yet, war spending are ends in themselves because they redistribute real value to the capitalist class and expand financial assets, simultaneously through higher credits afforded to the financial class and austerity. Foster et al. Reasserted the Keynesian position that U.S. military spending grew because of capitalist empire rather than the need to contain the Soviet threat by soaking up the US's vast surplus and helping stave off economic stagnation. This position was also shared by Barron and Sweezy and Mondale. As true as this proposition may be, it is secondary to the fact that wars of encroachment capture, destroy, or undervalorize real human and physical value in the Third World. More so in this period of financialization than in previous ones, military spending and its consummation of surplus are insufficient on their own for the expansion of surplus without the actualization of war. War upon the is not to be solely gauged in terms of degree of surplus or a lower rate of accumulation reaching a threshold that vents itself out by enacting conflict. Imperialist war is an inherent sociological condition that steadies the rule of capital in relation to the rate of capital accumulation. Abdel Malik cautions against overemphasis on quantification in the explanation of imperialism, especially as the Third World is trivialized because of its low share of dollar output from total world income. Lawson and Cope brilliantly capture the value relationship at the root of the imperialist drive in terms of the transformation of values into prices. In a world where the market price of goods tends to be global while the market price of labor capacity varies because of class struggle, both historical and contemporary, the result is a redistribution of value from countries with a low market price for labor capacity to countries with a high market price for such. Thus imperialism must be explained in the context of the transformation of value into price. To claim that this shifts the concept of exploitation from the sphere of production to that of circulation, however, is disingenuous. It is human labor that creates value and surplus labor that creates surplus value. However, value is not a physical property that labor adds to goods like some kind of molecule incorporated and stored in the product. Rather, value and the transformation of value into market price is the result of social relations between labor and capital and between different capitals. It is the transformation from value to market price that ensures that the accumulation process continues on an expanded scale. This expanded circuit of capital involves the transformation of value and surplus value into profit, and the transfer of value from the south to north according to the low prices paid for goods produced in the former by the latter. Exploitation does not, therefore, occur in one particular sector of production or national economy, it is the result of the total global capital accumulation process. War as a principal conduit for ensuring that the transformation of value into price responds to the demands of imperialist accumulation. Once the war link in the global production structure is highlighted, the locus of internationalist class struggle should shift to war zones whose value is being stripped away and destroyed. Quantification by the money form of an average quantity of labor time whose price would revert to its real value or natural price is a Ricardian interpretation of the labor theory of value and not Marx's position. As mentioned in the previous chapter, Marxian labor power, the commodity, is like any other commodity, an inner relationship of value to use, value externally manifested in exchange value, not some arithmetic average of different quantities of labor measured at a specific moment in time. The physiological aspects of value only presuppose the historically specific value relations under capitalism because the quantity of labor is determined via moneyed exchange. The process of realizing the internal contradiction of a commodity through exchange, as in pricing it with a wage rate, involves all the trappings of history and the class struggle, including no less, imperialist wars. The capitalist has through class power an inherent interest in underpricing labor power with lower wages. Trying to make value and moneyed profits agree directly and without contradiction is much more difficult to solve than that of squaring the circle. It is simply an attempt to present that which does not exist as in fact existing. At this stage in the analysis, let us just posit that labor power is a historically, politically, and economically determined variable in whose valuation imperialist war is a central component. Only when value is considered as immediate substance, a substance without a history of becoming as per the law of value, or as in an average quantity of labor, can one say that the Occidental working classes are principal wealth producers whose wages are justified by higher productivity, but on its own such an average does not exist and, if it did, it cannot produce surplus value. Obviously people have always worked to produce, but only under capitalism is the allocation of labor determined by the exchange value of the labor power commodity. Typically, Marx always looks for the historical specificity under capitalism to explain its workings. The various concrete laboring conditions have always existed as natural laws for the reproduction of society. However, the social laws of development specific to commodity exchange under capitalism are reflected as the intermediation of the value/use value contradiction in moneyed form. In this sense, the law of resolving the inner contradiction of value through moneyed exchange is the universal, which is also a set of heterogeneous elements resolved, not by adding different quantities of labor directly, but indirectly through its appearance in the price system. The contradictions in Marx's system do not end, they resolve into another stage of becoming while remaining preserved and negated simultaneously. While on the same subject of labor power and its value, there are no absolute advantages in productivity across the advanced economies because of the heterogeneity of productive capacities and the class-muzzled criterion by which productivity is assessed and measured. Emmanuel points out that if it were really comparative productivity that determined wages and incomes in general, the underdeveloped countries should have a wage level and a standard of living higher than those of the advanced countries, since their advantage in the exported article is usually greater than their disadvantage in the imported one. Without distinguishing labor power from the laborer as a commodity and designating the class process of valorizing labor power below its value, we will have the Ricardian substance-only labor theory of value, which Marx thought invalidates the labor theory of value and restores an ahistorical explanation of the sources of profit, namely as in invested capital. Marx considered labor power as a commodity whose determination follows the rules applied to other commodities, and he eschewed such delusional propositions as, wages are determined by productivity. A similar point was also propounded by Kalecki and Emmanuel, who argued that wages are determined in the product and not in the labor market. The labor market affects labor only in relation to, and as a subcomponent of, workings of the broader product market. Point 3. More recently, Cope argues that although increased mechanization results in the creation of more use values per unit of time, only the intensified consumption of labor power can generate added value and, since wages are not the price paid for the result of labor but the price of labor power, higher wages are not the automatic consequence of productivity gains accruing to capital. What often goes unnoticed in the debate is that the whole structure of accumulation through war, realizing and then raising the surplus, has at its core a value relationship at work. Deploying the huge Western moneyed surplus in military spending is of relevance, but it is only one part of the story. The cycle of deploy value, destroy/create value and revalorize in terms of class power mediated prices comes full circle as a result of the practice of imperialist war, which also plays a role in ensuring the rule of capital. Without theorizing war into the circuit of value, there is only partial theory. As an aside, the law of value as the historical process that manifests itself in different forms of surplus value creation moments, includes, as stressed throughout, the continued reenactment of commercial exploitation, as colonial and imperialist wars that create massive numbers of wage slaves and cheap resources just as in chattel slavery, but on a much larger scale given the death rates from hunger and wars. Violence is central to capitalism, and its conjointment sociological relationships reassert the relationship of imperialist looting time and again. Here one is looking at a historical value creation process by violent dispossession whose relevance is underplayed in the conventional literature because of Eurocentric overemphasis on dollar-denominated income, which is higher in the developed world largely as a result of imperialist wars of aggression, past and present. One ought to ask the obvious question, could the dollar itself, or dollar-denominated wealth, be what it is without the colonial or imperialist wars? Reverting to our own Arab and historically contingent setting, war is, by the inalienability of conflict to historical development, key to the relationship of the ruling Arab consortia to imperialism, even if it means the destruction of the assets of the Arab state. Wars and the permanent arms economy realize moneyed value and reshape the social conditions that produce value. Apart from employing millions in the creation, destruction, and realization of value, the dynamic of war itself nourishes military technology and its civilian spin-offs using mainly public funds. War maintains the technological edge of the US-led capitalist class, whose institutional structure is the US proper. Technological advantage is the material basis for supremacy in the international division of labor. Financially, funding for wars expands U.S. indebtedness in the dollar space, hence, the financial assets available for institutional finance to grab from the share of the working class and expand. Enlarged dollar money supply has in turn to be underwritten by further military expansion and strategic imperialist repositioning. All of these interrelated and self-propelling processes compose the totality of capital into which the war upon the has to be explained as a key moment. Having experienced the highest frequency of conflicts globally, the is already the soft underbelly of capital, highly receptive and regenerative of permanent war, which is a principal stabilizing component of capital. The growth of credit expended on wars entails higher tax levies and lower social spending on the central working classes, the all too familiar austerity shifting a higher share of the social product to the capitalist class. In the war relationship, and its attendant consequences in the surplus drain, commodify human lives, along with its monetized or non-monetized labor power, and realizes them in sudden death or shorter life expectancy relative to the historically determined potential. Like technology, violence is endogenous to capitalism and transpires as a result of the fetishism that commands the allocation of resources. Wars literally consume human lives and other valuable resources whose destruction is central to the commercial exploitation of the vanquished periphery. When value as an internal contradiction is considered in its stages of transformation, or in its state of becoming, as concrete labor assumes, an abstract form in moneyed exchange determined by capital's ideological power, war-making subdues peripheral labor to the requirement of central profit-making. In the conditions of exchange resulting from shifting power balances, and according to which social values, the value and use value of labor, conform to ruling class power or imperialism, the dying Arabs and Africans in imperialist wars become also real producers of wealth. Their premature deaths are the initial building blocks in a production chain that knows no national borders. Commercial exploitation, which unwillingly joined the slave laborer to his or her labor power and extinguished their lives in short time spans, is reenacted in war that forces Arab workers into self-defense and extinguishes their lives in short time spans. The organized dimensions of capital, its bequeathed culture and institutions, cannot be cultivated or personally commanded to arrest blind competitive accumulation and the violent death process. On labor's side, as evidenced by the defeat of peace movements in the 20th and 21st centuries, organized labor was also incapable of halting imperialist wars of aggression. Up until this instance in history, imperialist violence has escaped socially responsible forms of control. Much of the is undergoing a dual process of debilitating containment leading to self-implosion or an outright war of aggression. The Arab comprador merchant class, through its excessive practices, undermines its own security, sovereignty, and state as part of a healthy apoptosis rendered by the historically given order guiding its alliance with imperialism. In an Arab context, national economic relations and policies are not afforded the chance to mature and steer politics in line with nationalist concerns. Externally imposed politics appear as a force majeure, with development of economic relations subsumed by political objectives. At this historical juncture, with immense global democratic forces bottled up and unable to find a political form of organization, and with so many wars fragmenting working people, the horizon for the development of nationalist objectives appears elusive. But, as was noted in the second chapter, the higher velocity of exchange has further compressed time and space. Contingent upon a volte-face in the Eurocentrism of Western communism, just as finance creates booms and busts, the rise and fall of revolutionary consciousness in tandem with class-based organization may mimic the sharp deviation in the business cycle. In any case, that remains to be born from the conditions of struggle. Only narrow margins are afforded to nationalist development policies, and the burden of imperialist aggression forces these societies to use their resources for military ends or to comply with the terms of imperialism. The secretion of the comprador class, its subsequent compliance with usurpation cum tribute policies packaged as neoliberalism, and slow economic asphyxiation, are manifestations of class flux during times of socialist ideological retreat. Such complicity in the case of Libya, Syria, and Yemen laid the objective grounds for the war economy and its associated class transformations, the rise of the war bourgeois class and the war indigent proletariat. The pragmatism of surrender to a militarily superior imperialism and its economic policies ensure the exacting of tribute via freer market policies. Conversely, the ideological victory of US-led imperialism over socialism and the Arab working class is not limited to extracting rents from the Arab region. Given oil's strategic value, imperial rents flow from the rest of the globe to US-dominated markets by virtue of US-led imperialism's violent deconstruction of the Arab and surrounding regions. The rising insecurity of Arab formations after the invasion of Iraq also intensified the rate of resource usurpation from the region. Not much is left for the local population to use to improve its lot in life. The advance of neoliberalism as an ideology has compromised past gains and, even though national control of oil has already been lost due to financialization, to add insult to injury, oil privatization is back on the development agenda. Point 4 After the Arab Spring's failure to introduce socialization policy and the dismay that followed, the region has been once more subjected to the full force of colonial war or to even worse anti-development agendas. On a parallel track, with resources being directed to private ends, the speed with which growth in national wealth is evaporating without a trace of development will further abet the cheap funding of jihadist elements that under the guise of adherence to religious law further commodify human life at the behest of capital. There is a real negative dialectic, or a downward development spiral, that is commensurate with the slide in socialist ideology or with the departure of Eurocentric Marxism from the recognition that value theory and class war begin where imperialism does the most harm, the and Africa. With the rise of jihadists violently opposing already sectional/sectarian regimes, the Arab working class holds less and less control over its own destiny. The frailty of the global left is such that all regional powers are either prostrating themselves at the door of the US empire or wishing to submit, but the empire is not accepting yes for an answer for fear of peace breaking out. Meanwhile, the international avarice for control of regional oil has intensified. Open regional conflicts after the Arab Spring have increased, and many of the national authoritarian regimes have further concentrated power by capitalizing on the ideological defeat of popular forces after the uprisings. When a social contract with the national proletarians cannot be written, the classes at the helms of these regimes exhibit an inherent tendency to grow by integrating themselves with international financial capital. The underside of this mode of integration is twofold. First, in addition to the destruction and realization of value en masse by means of war, value-denoted assets become potential cheap material for capital, and, second, the Arab masses are held for ransom by US-led imperialism, along with their own oil, which many around the world will continue to pay for by holding dollars. Barbaric development. If, despite vast resources, development still remains poor and capitalism imparts very little progress to the a case of capitalist decadence à la Luxembourg can be argued. The notion of capitalist decadence, as used in the early 20th century, signifies descent into barbarism. One could approach development outcomes in Arab countries that are exposed to wars as a case of descent into barbarism, especially with so little in international solidarity to arrest collapse. Although the lack of capacity and modern technology imply underdevelopment, the crux of development or the lack thereof could be explained by the success of anti-imperialist fronts composed of national and cross-border alliances. At a rudimentary level, the defining relationship in crystallizing revolutionary consciousness is when labor as the agent of history commandeers the circuits of capital. This is just another way of saying that the degree development is the degree of independence from the wage system or wage slavery. The least developing countries, principally African and Arab states, where the extraction of raw material is vital to global capital accumulation and the rapport de force is detrimentally in favor of the imperialist/former colonist, are areas where the terms decadence, reverse development, and often also barbarism emerge. Insofar as the is concerned, the belligerence of US-led imperialism expands in direct proportion to its historical momentum for control and the relevance of oil as a strategic commodity. US dollar signo-orange and the oil dollar standard require that other capitalist circles with territorial/strategic control ambitions be held at bay. There is unity in the relationship between oil for its own sake and oil as means for furthering control. As to the for its own sake part of the story, at more than 10% of world trade at the three-digit level, dollarizing oil represents a central goal for US-led capital. On the control side, the energy share from oil of still rising powers in the developing world is twice that of OECD, add to that a high oil import dependency, and these countries become even more vulnerable to the strategic control element. Account taken of the scaremongering related to its exhaustion, oil is strategic in its own right as collateral against dollar seigniorage and in how it appertains to all levels of the value production chain. Nearly all production processes require oil as input. Although humanity may have grown in numbers without such high dependence on oil, the reality is that world population growth has expanded with direct input from oil condensed energy content, and the sudden withdrawal of such an energy source may precipitate instant crisis, hence the strategic value. That is why serious discussion on the causes of wars cannot avoid the oil issue. Even when discussions center on the balancing act of the US economy, Petras uses the formula republic versus empire to label the contradictory relationship of militarist, financialized American global hegemony to the health of the underlying US economy and the material security of its population. The foremost premise that drives the empire is strategic oil control. Strengthening control over oil resources or, inversely, weakening the popular hold on resources, provides US-led capital with more than adequate leverage on most oil-dependent countries. The oil-dollar nexus and, in particular, the dollar-priced barrel bolsters the power of the US-led capital class that underwrites the credit needed to maintain the stable dollar as the world currency. This is all the more relevant when financialization and earnings through financial channels have come to represent more than half of corporate profits by 2010. The US-led capital class overstretches both its military reach and its credit/financialization, and for this it has to re-empower itself. The debts of the United States are not solely the state's debts. As mentioned in the introduction, the debts of the social formation are the sum of private and public debts. However, there are also the global transaction guarantees that the financial standing of the United States backs, especially as global money supply has grown to 3 times real global output over the neoliberal era. The hegemony of the United States over several strategic areas, particularly in the offers its ruling class a vantage point in terms of collateral against the future. The Federal Reserve rate policy sets the tempo of global money transactions. Pricing oil by the dollar and calibrating the level of instability of the to how well the US-led financial class assures itself of increasing power, allows it to snatch a higher share of the global financial rents. The US ruling class is the envy of other capitalist classes as it enjoys rents upon rents. The issue of stability or instability in the its tilting of power balances in favor of the US-led camp, has an objective bearing on the undervalorization of resources and its positive ideological bonuses to capital. But at the same time it bears upon financial grab just as oil control does. The control of the circular flow of Arab petrodollars for T-bills or weapons sales is secondary to the much more significant category of imperial rents through circuitous dollar seigniorage financial rents from the rest of the world. But because such regional control is key to the ongoing and worsening real value snatch from the working classes globally, aggression against the becomes the mainstay of US foreign policy. If it were not for these material undercurrents, the theory of imperialism would become a matter of psychological whim and would lose much of its political, economic grounding. Accumulation in the age of financial imperialism grows via a two-pronged approach to resolve the constant debacle of overproduction, expansion of civilian end-use commodities and of military/war spending. Crises, whether the downturn of the business cycle in the 2008 financial lapse or in permanent wars, further displace civilian end-use commodity realization and boosts the role of aggressive ventures through encroachment wars. As argued, military spending and war are not only a way of loosening the realization bottlenecks when surpluses cross a certain threshold, but they are also a way of reasserting capital's hegemony. Because regulating capitalist competition alone would not avert downturns, crisis is a permanent feature of capitalism unless one eliminates surplus value. Permanent war has already been described as the leading practice of imperialism, the means whereby the mounting difficulties arising from the predicament of maintaining profit rates while balancing out the production and distribution sides are resolved. Lenin emphasized that militarism represents a key relationship in the global accumulation process under monopoly capitalism, which does not preclude assessing imperialist militarism as action against the tide of revolutionary organization and consciousness. However, in more concrete terms, Lenin as well as Luxemburg posited that war is permanent, because the drive for the division of colonies and spheres of influence for finance capital to maintain accumulation pits global powers against each other. In his critique of Koski, Lenin also made the point that these inter-imperialist differences are not reconcilable because war's adherence to capital is part of its state of being and cannot be mediated through inter-imperialist policy that might halt war. Capitalism would be going against its very nature. Under capitalism, there was no moment at which global accumulation would have gained enough momentum to lift investment and consumption simultaneously. I have in mind the social conditions in the developing world, which is often omitted from a reductionist global business cycle frame of analysis. In differentiating modern imperialism from its early 20th century forms, Foster sees that financialized capital has a built-in tendency to advance by war occurring in the context of what top U.S. foreign policy strategists are calling a new 30 Years' War unleashed by Washington for strategic control of the Middle East and the surrounding regions. The crisis is further exacerbated because finance disparages the real production process and, as mentioned above, its expropriation of the share of labor takes place by a combination of austerity at home and war abroad. Financial institutions wed themselves closely to the state, as the too-big-to-fail U.S. banks and similar monopolies exercise power to extract value by decreasing the basic living share of labor. Such unstoppable expropriation can only proceed by mystifying financial processes. Fictitious moneyed debts are bestowed with divine sanctity to the point where few propose social alternatives to irreproachable austerity and encroachment wars. The mass of fictitious capital, that is, the layers upon layers of unpayable debt, which are underwritten by the hegemony of us-led capital, has to flow freely into higher returns low-wage sanctuaries or higher risk higher returns areas. The profit rate is gauged against real and financial capital, and because so much credit was created for which there is no corresponding real activity, the drive to raise profits becomes ever more aggressive. Although in accounting terms the drain through the open capital accounts was plain to see, in post-Arab Spring states, especially Egypt, not a single thought was given to delinking the national economy from international financial containment through indebtedness. Also, not a thought was given to the fact that it is quasi-impossible for the bourgeois state apparatus, including the whole edifice of mainstream social science, to propagate any truth that may endanger capital's rule. Of the fallacies promoted against socialism, the adage that people have to queue for hours to buy a loaf of bread has become so ingrained after so much inculcation by apparatuses of capital that social policy alternatives were completely written off the map of viable alternatives. In insecure and dependent formations, such as Arab countries, the subordination of state to capital is more definitive. Ruling capital, the association of local to foreign bourgeoisie, is inspirited by imperialist forces in its seizing of the state. The collusion between the state and financially integrated capital manifests itself in persistent deflationary policies at home, the most usurping of which is the stabilization of the national currency with the dollar under open capital accounts. The vile trinity of weak unions and proletarian power, dollar-pegged exchange rate regimes and free capital flows erodes the already low labor share through rising general consumer price levels and dollar reserves building to guarantee the conversion of a national currency becoming ever so cheap by monopoly pricing, yet converted at fixed rates for dollars. Apart from the Gulf states, the Arab central banks subsidize the wealthier class by maintaining the currency conversion rate from the drawing down of national assets to keep the wealth of the owning class steady in the dollar. Let us reposit the all too well-known fact about the rise of financial capital but deal with another disastrous spin-off of which, financial capital expands more by snatching a bigger share of the existing surplus than by expanding that surplus through larger markets and productivity gains. Hence, it requires a stabilization of the exchange rate to hold the value of its assets steady, and inflation to deprive the working class of a higher share of income. In Arab formations, the alliance of comprador with international financial capital sanctifies capital accounts openness, despite the pressures that idle reserve and capital outflows exert on the national economy. Not once did the word regulation stand out in the post-Arab Spring policy discussions. The leakage resulting from capital and trade openness cripples national macro policies. It is not that comprador hijacked Arab countries have a choice any longer, they simply lose control and regiment fiscal spending by reducing primary spending, thereby shortchanging labor. An unrestrained market mechanism, in the presence of a war-bent imperialist force dominating the political process through its proxies, bleeds national resources to a higher degree by reducing the working class share of the social product. Consequently, the growing imbalance between working class consumption and the flight of resources will, contingent on the ideological hold of capital over society and state, contribute to splitting society at the seams, as already happened prior to the Arab Spring. When US-led capital seizes the oil jugular, it also pressures different contending circles of capital into further acquiescing to its dollar debt expansion. What simple accounting conceals is that a class in charge of an empire enjoying dollar seigniorage and imperial rents incurs no losses in permanent wars. Borrowing almost indefinitely in its own currency affords it power over its lenders and pushes the lenders to support its military adventurism, as they fear that loss of hegemony over strategic areas may cause dollar devaluation. The argument that imperialism has had no vested interest in invading the Third World because it is dollar costly to the US overlooks the relationship of imperialist subjugation, which is central to the value foundation of the dollar. It also lumps the US working class with its ruling class willy-nilly. In truth, the money form is an appearance that does not explain much on its own. When the British Empire waned after World War I, the pound circulated by US charity. Wars of imperialist conquest are central to the value of the dollar, which is both signification of value and instrument of repression. Imperialist assaults in Palestine, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and elsewhere restructure power positions and standing and are crucial to accumulation by expropriation. Colonial and imperialist policy in an Arab context deindustrializes the colonist or hegemonist economy and thereby renders it a pedestal to the colonialist's own economy. Furthermore, this policy prices the resources and values of the subjected population by its degree of control relative to value. The power behind imperialist price setting and commercial exploitation is not the typical monopoly power related to high entry costs or prohibitive technological know-how. It is brute violence from which historical surplus value has already been amassed by the successor states of colonial powers. Imperial rents to the US-led financial class are not only significant, but they have become the gyroscope of the system's stability. The power of financial capital had reached such heights by 2008 that it could shift its debts onto the balance sheets of central banks while continuing to borrow and expand even after the crash. After World War II, part of the imperial rents and tribute flows through financial channels to US-led capital continued to act as bribes to central working classes. The often touted idea of Western labor aristocracy that reform leads to revolution, flopped. Instead, reform led to retrogression in revolutionary consciousness in the center. It further boosted the wages of central working classes and the wealth of aristocratic nations as per Emmanuel. Once the struggle shifts away from the point of production to the sphere of exchange, the struggle ceases to be fundamentally a class war of the wage workers in resistance to the extraction of surplus value by the exploiters, and becomes a question of merely regulating the exchange process by the state, i.e. of organizing capitalism. In circulation, fed partially by war tribute and super-exploitation from which the share of wages of Western workers rises, workers and capitalists frequently share the same interests, as in capital growing by imperialist looting and passing some of the gains to allied sections of Western labor. However, when the struggle of workers focuses on the conditions of production, for instance, Do not bomb Arabs for the oil we use in our cars and factories. By focusing on the point of origin in production, the struggle of workers veers closer to an internationalist class war. The sociological underpinnings of imperialism gain strength as a result of labor's putting nationalism before internationalism and compromise before anti-systemic struggle, combined with capital's awareness of the need to discipline its blinkered competition to ensure the sturdiness of its hegemony. Under neoliberalism, while the share of global labor fell as a result of international capital becoming homogenist, resistance became divided and less organized. Through economic openness, capital's unhindered progress integrated outlying national bourgeoisies and commodified their country's resources, including in some cases their air and water. In this condensation of power under the leadership of the U.S. financial rentier class, there emerged a new general condition whose causal determination, rooted in the tectonic plates of capital's underlying dynamics, transpire as immediacy in its politics. Whatever exigencies of accumulation reported in quarterly profit rates dictate, the current nomenclatura of the bourgeoisie introduces changes to the historical legacy of the institutions of the Cold War, freeing its hands for rewriting old international treaties, concocting aggressive new ones and encroachment wars. The higher rate of integration of capital, its homogeneity, also allows it to decide its rate of profit before wages, especially so that no internationally organized labor movement can effectively oppose the status quo with a viable form of organization and ideological alternative. History has borne out the point made by Argyri Emanuel in 1970, when he posited that it is difficult for the interests of the richer and poorer international laboring classes to converge at a given point in time. Whenever international working class interests converge, through the primacy of politics or the sociological underpinnings of capital, the ruling central class dips into its purse and sows the divisions. The knack for economizing, as in trying to tally prices with values at a specific interval in time, should not be overemphasized as central to the theory of imperialism, which is indubitably sociological. Trends in prices and the money form serve to demonstrate changes in the degree of exploitation but cannot reflect the sum of values in a single period. Emanuel's interpretation of unequal exchange is more than just the facade of declining terms of trade, it is the totality of the condition of exploitation, particularly the commercial exploitation of the peripheral formations, which enrobes class in national guise. The other side of Emanuel's commercial exploitation argument is that peripheral wages are a steep underpricing of the social cost of reproduction of labor. The quantification of value by colonial/imperialist criteria and dollar-assessed low productivity should not relegate the developing world to lower value status. The notion of quantifying value relations according to Western higher technology and higher productivity to justify central higher wages omits the fact that wages and productivity are a priori social. Measurement as such is a convention that requires the subjection of social time to a class-desired interval in chronological time. What is social and organic is indivisible, and the time from which one begins to measure the net additions of value added in a value chain determines also one's class position. The whole pernicious interpretation of assigning higher value, and therefore wages, to technology-based productivity overlooks the interrelatedness of production and the imperialist savagery, which is circularly a predicate for dollar-based higher central productivity. The dollar, as I argue later, has a value that is determined by imperialist aggression and strategic oil control rather than by some Western technological edge. In Capital Volume 1, Chapter 17, Marx assumed that commodities are sold at their value and that the price of labor power rises occasionally above its value, but never sinks below it. He then theorizes that the relative magnitudes of surplus value and of the price of labor power are determined by three circumstances: the length of the working day, or the extensive magnitude of labor, the normal intensity of labor, its intensive magnitude, whereby a given quantity of labor is expended in a given time, and the productiveness of labor, whereby the same quantum of labor yields, in a given time, a greater or less quantum of product, dependent on the degree of development in the conditions of production. In Capital, Volume 3, Marx posits that the reduction of wages below the value of labor power as a way to increase surplus value, mitigates against the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Not only that, wages below value or super-exploitation is the most important factor to allay the tendency of the profit rates to fall. The first proposition from Volume 1 illustrates how various interactive forces acting upon the price of labor power and the making of surplus value under selected historical abstractions or one-sided abstractions such as value set at price. The purpose is to demonstrate that wages are the price of labor power, which is itself a commodity produced by the socially necessary labor time invested in it, but one whose price, the wage, even when set at its value creates the condition in which relative to surplus value, the value of labor power would keep falling, and thus the abyss between the life situation of the worker and that of the capitalist would keep widening. In money form signification, the profit rates rise by depressing the wage rates and inequality is destined to abound. In the second proposition, Marx follows up by exposing the workings of the law of value, or when science comes in to document the making of surplus value under more developed capitalism or, one may add, a central capitalism that has already integrated the globe and can, through its class power exercise, depress the global share of wages of the working class through outright dispossession or intra-working class division via income differentials and ideological means. Smith's commentary on super-exploitation stresses the significance of pushing wages below the value of labor power in generating surplus value. However, he remarks that Marx excludes it from further analysis. He goes on to note that this exclusion was overlooked by orthodox Marxists as they scoured capital for ammunition to use against dependency theory, seizing instead on Marx's comment that higher real wages in England than in Germany and Russia are compatible with the higher rates of exploitation in England, his assumption of a very much lower rate of surplus value in China than in England, and a few other scattered asides, in order to exclude the blindingly obvious fact of higher rates of exploitation from theory, and in so doing they use capital itself to obscure capitalism's imperialist trajectory and shield it from criticism. Whereas the orthodox Marxists have gone to such measures to avoid the obvious condition of wages falling below the value of labor power, they paid little or no attention to how the law of value asserts itself as a means of denying sovereignty to the Arab working masses by war and, in addition to the creation of an indigent or war-indigent proletariat, also sustaining a cheapened valuation of the whole of Arab resources. Cope posits that super-international wages are wages substantially greater than the global median value of labor power and are received only by the upper echelons of the international working class. In terms of measurement, the average quantity of labor power at a certain point in time cannot be calculated as being worth so many exact dollars. Value is the constantly shifting relationship of internal contradictions within the commodity manifest in class power brokered prices. The closest one could come to eyeing the departure of value from price is to follow the relative movement over a trend of prices earned by direct producers vis-a-vis the prices wrought at the final point of sale. In the case of wages, the trend in the share of wages that is necessary to satisfy the rising historically determined living standard plotted against the accrued lowly share of wages best captures the departure of wages from the value of labor power. However, as has been shown by Emmanuel, in terms of comparative advantage, the developing world enjoys much higher productivity as a result of producing exotic commodities. He also elaborated Marx's position that the capitalist does not buy labor, but labor power, and whatever surplus may result from an increase in the productivity of labor belongs to the capitalist or the owner of the means of production, not to the worker. Although Marx subordinated the physiological aspect of labor, its intensity and its resolution in extended labor time to the social character of value and its bearing on the distribution of labor, in terms of average intensity of labor, with so many sweatshops and wartime production conditions springing up around the world, this would also lead to the conclusion that the Occidental working classes are not principal wealth producers whose wages are justified by higher productivity, a productivity that is not really theirs. The emphasis on really is because the higher share of wages of the higher echelons of the Western working classes are not the result of higher productivity. This echelon is part saver and owner of wealth through the gains of their working class struggle, which were later abused by capital to increase the wage differential within the working class, but as always with capital's incessant attempt to reduce the share of all the workers in income. The political calculus of the sustainability of the central ruling class in the process of co-opting or dividing not only its own working classes, but also developing world working classes, occurs through many divisive measures, of which the War on the and the Stage Terror Act deliver a significant boost in working class dividedness. The legacy of imperialism has already bestowed Western working classes with a privileged position within the international market, boosted all along by their accent on nationalistic unionism in their class struggle. The premise that production and the wage system are a priori social, as opposed to private, allow the higher central wages to be deduced as the illegitimate fruits of imperialism. Just by the reductionist proposition that workers do not own capital and the additional productivity as a result of mechanization, either the additional productivity should belong to all workers predicating production from the beginning of the process, or the intensity of work should be the basis of productivity and, hence, developing countries' workers toiling in difficult conditions are more productive. Individual productivities can be approximated in prices or quantities, but only as averages indicative of social productivity. Social productivity and the wage system derive from transnational production and class struggles that contribute to regulating the rate of surplus value. In sweatshop economies, the law of value, through the politics of imperialism, operates to ensure that peripheral technology does not gain speed, and wages remain low relative to the demands of central capital. In war economies that are rich with natural resources, such as the Arab economies, imperialist politics ensures a power balance by which the productive capacity of the aggressed formations is debilitated along with the political forms that allows their population to command the ownership of their resources. The ultimate form of this measure is the degree of fragmentation of states. The concrete conditions and the relations constituting the social actuality of the production and wage systems are interrelated and qualitative with an abstract or general quantitative side discernible by measurement convention. However, it is also that superficial measurement convention which signals to the owning class and sets the criterion for the owning class to allocate resources. In an organically interconnected global production order, the proportional distribution of labor asserts itself, where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, by precisely the exchange value of these products. Moreover, what is socially necessary arises from blind competition, therefore everyday exchange relations cannot be directly identical with the magnitudes of value. As labor's political dividedness grows, so do the conduits for disengaging more labor or engaging laborers in war and accelerating value flows to aristocratic nations. The setting aside or destruction of value is primal to capital, and it is interrelated with the trade-off between inherent technological advance and the requirement to increase rate of surplus value by higher rates of exploitation. Forcibly disengaged labor is also social, and its relationship to capital is a predicate of productivity and the wage rate. Since the historic task of bourgeois society is the establishment of the world market, at least in its basic outlines, and a mode of production that rests on its basis, and since that task was accomplished with the colonization of California and Australia, this predicate of capital is real, historical, and precedes the signification of wealth in dollar value. Europe could not have achieved tremendous wealth without reliance on imperialist loot. That the Third World has to remain underdeveloped vis-a-vis the Western formations issues from the same premise as above and as per Marx's absolute general law of capitalist development. War in the context of commercial exploitation, just like the extreme condition of slavery that combines the laborer with labor power, realizes wastes laborers and their labor power, realizing a commodity is its sale on the market so that it be consumed, but the consumption of labor power in war means also the death of its bearer, the laborer. War itself is a production process with at least this dual purpose, the realization of the war commodities and the production of new power balances. The latter are the service that war generates for imperialism depending on the outcome of war. The social relationship of capital and its violent facet, imperialism, are reasserted by wars of encroachment. It is relevant to note that the production space is the global interconnected process, and the time frame is the historical dimension beginning with birth of capitalism and the start of surplus value making or historical surplus value. The length and scope of such boundaries of time and space inform the ideological content and inclination of any conceptual framework used by scholars. It is reductionism with the avowed intent to discriminate, and apologetic to speak of capitalist development in one country while neglecting the imperialist-inflicted disasters. Similarly, only by the ideological chimera of capital and reductionism can a quantification of value in this or that corner of the world be used as reason for the division of the social wage to the international working class. The share of wages under capitalism from the social product is determined by the political power of labor. No matter how productive labor is, without political representation its share of income would drop to zilch. Higher central wages have come about as a result of the sociological relationship of imperialism wherein moral and historical factors play a role in maintaining rising wages. Emmanuel as per Marx considered that the value of labor power has a certain moral and historical element, namely, the determination of wages by class struggle within the boundaries of a conditioned mode of production, let us just say perceived as national or within a national boundary. Obviously, the same ruling comprador/merchant class morality applied to the war agresta introduces only poverty wages. However, given the broader state of being of capital by which the cheapening of labor power has to proceed, it is superfluous to assign importance to this section or that section of labor according to the quality of its machines, not only because laborers do not own the machines, but a priori because, even if supposedly technology, productivity mattered to wages, it is irrelevant to the fact that capital must create wholly disengaged and unproductive labor as a condition for production. The anomaly can be put as such: productivity matters to capital and may bolster the wage rate for a thin group of the global population as a result of selective sharing from higher wealth, but capital must create unproductive resources and idle people in order to maintain its profit rates. The question then can be put as such: with such a trade-off, which sections of the working class deserve to lead revolutionary struggle, the ones being put to work and paid a slightly higher wage or the ones that are poverty employed, bombed, or starving? In hindsight, the whole construct that Western unionized labor, posited as a prerequisite for socialist transformation, is tacit complicity with capital to avoid the necessity not only of revolutionary violence in the class struggle, but also the sort of civil disobedience that disrupts the Western class formation. This may be the foolish logical end, but it could not be more foolish than what is happening or what is going to happen given the current balance of forces. At any rate, capital's class values ascribe inherent rights and entitlements to Western labor. The higher paid echelons of central labor, whose wages and consciousness partly derive from imperialist aggression, is what ensures the worse misfortune of peripheral labor and, with it, the practice that ensures the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. The difficult part of building an internationalist class struggle is that the social existence of huge sections of central classes, an existence partly funded by imperialist booty, is what determines their consciousness. The colonizing force or imperialism resorts to aggression to block industrialization in weakened security formations and, subsequently, organizes the conquered economy to become a tributary to central production. Note that the value contributions of various working classes to final products are qualitatively different and organically interrelated. Emmanuel underemphasizes the value transfer from the periphery per se because of its low-priced value summed up in capital flows. Peripheral capital flows to the center are only indicative of the part of the social product being siphoned off. Sub-Saharan capital flight is but a minute percentage of total capital flows in the center. Apart from the Gulf states, the money value signifying surplus usurpation from Arab countries to the center appears too insignificant, but the real value, the ongoing historical surplus formation along with the expendability of human lives in war, is gigantic. The omission of war-related seized value, especially human lives consumed in wars and austerity politics, invariably lowers any estimate of the surplus value created by the peripheral working class. Apart from its negative ideological byproducts upon aggressed populations as a result of defeat, War is a massive super-exploitation enterprise that compresses most national, and often international, prices associated with the assets of working classes far below their value. At any rate, the separation lines between absolute and relative surplus value are arbitrary, especially as lives of equal value perish in the periphery as a result of the war industry in its moment of realization, its consummation of the laborer and his or her labor power in the market of Western militarism. To recap, there is more to colonialism and imperialism than just the simple argument of accounts and money flow from the colonizing to strip the peripheral nation's working class of the right to exercise sovereignty, through the state, over its human and natural resources also contributes through balance of forces channels to setting the exchange prices against the dollar globally. In the case of the Arab working class, its primary commodities are seized by imperialisms employing military capital while, conjointly, this militarization releases the pent-up surplus in the center. This condition for the realization of the central surplus through military aggression forces upon Arab formations a military cost far beyond their means. It creates a wartime mode of life, a war economy, and with it war-related social classes, the war-indigent proletariat. War also shifts Arab civilian wealth into military enterprise. It literally employs and commodifies Arab human labor and destroys its value in a process of modern military production that uses technology far superior to anything else around. War reverses the physical end process of high-end technology production to culminate in the rather than the center, because literally the bombs are dropped there. The is the spatial market where the war with its high technology and employed labor soldiers and civilians are exchanged and consumed. The irony is that the Western war machine, including its bombs, in its stage of realization employs both Arab and American soldiers. In terms of productivity, the historical cycle comes full circle with the engagement of the Arab worker and the consumption of his or her life and labor power by imperialist high-tech bombs. The culture of science to which medieval Arabs contributed, returns in higher technological forms to engage and annihilate modern working Arabs. Just like chattel slavery, the Arab is forced into a war wherein the intensity and the absolute magnitude of the release of labor power as fodder for the superior guns extinguishes lives in short time spans, hence the higher rate of surplus value. War realizes value by the destruction of the military commodity itself along with Arab labor power and resituates power relations that are both services of value and at the same time inputs into value relations. The destruction of value by war, not of the product of labor only but also of living labor itself, as in the death rate, is a quintessential condition to devalue labor globally. Apart from the immediate impact of war, the value necessary to reproduce the working population is doubly drained by the costs of war and its political effect, which renders the Arab working classes powerless. Faltering productive capacity. Under conditions of war, the rate of productive capital build-up in the decelerates. Private investment growth follows prospective returns and the degree of risks associated therewith. However, in the issue is one of context rather than of individual responses to market signals. The context is the amalgam of the defenseless state, its acute class contradictions, and the war or the impending war. The investment, growth nexus, defined as the inducement to invest and determined by the gap between the prospective rate of profit and the rate of interest, is demand and macro context determined. There are in this, as in any macro accounting framework, salient tautologies and fallacies of composition. The investment growth rate is dependent on profitability, and as demand rises the returns on investment fall along with the inducement to invest, precipitating a downturn. Under normal risk conditions, as the interest rate falls, indicating lower risks and raising investment, growth would rise as a result of a higher capital output ratio. However, because of diminishing returns to factors of production, the growth rate and returns begin to rise at lower rates, so that higher investment begets lower profit rates. The story changes in a capacity-wanting and war-ridden developing area such as the With respect to capacity, it would require a deficit in the trade account and falling wages for investment to produce lower returns. In addition to low demand for domestic goods, higher risks and financial costs attenuate the drive for investment. They can switch between various techniques without adding to the stock of capital. These are standard propositions in analytical rationalities, and one may add several variables that would change matters in one way or another, including an exogenous shock that would redress the business cycle downturn. However, none of these eloquent demand-side issues matter when Arab-type uncertainties are introduced. Not only do diminishing returns reduce reality to class-biased accounting or mathematics, but also, in an Arab context, a formalist recipe for investment does not hold for historical reasons. Arab history, its objective and impersonal social forces saturated with violence, instantiates a qualitatively different macro context. With the ever-present potential for war and the complete collapse of states, social time moves so fast that it compresses the intervals required for normal risk assessment to be carried out. The horizon for planning and investing in long-term projects is uncertain because the working class's unchallenged vortex of history mediating the crisis of capital in war puts the long-term in doubt. This uncertainty eschews the viability of a static analytical framework to think about the Arab conditions. An actuarial assessment of returns in a steady period is not possible, for there are few steady periods. In other words, the risks to capital formation in the UAE are serious enough because neither the external political threats nor the internal political and social stability factors allow long-term policy or production planning to take place. One doubts if there is any amount of animal spirits that would meet this challenge. Violence alters the course, type, and structure of the risks. Institutions, including the state, and capital assets could be wiped out quickly in an act of war. Only very unusual types of animal spirits could deal with the potential of state collapse. The Arab state's potential collapse effaces the future that is necessary for building private industrial strategy. In this context, private investment decisions will be locked into situations in which returns must redress capital costs within short periods, or else money capital turns to capital flight. With the kind of uncertainties associated with complete collapse, the inducement to invest private capital nearly vanishes. Algebraically measured risks will bear little reference to reality. Under historical uncertainty, coincidence collides with necessity and the probability values of future returns under different states of nature fuse into one, the inevitability of war, and only that. It is not a question of change of degree or magnitude of risk, but rather that investors invest because they are part of the war economy in which they are involved by necessity. A wartime mode of life is predicated by war-related class formations whose reproduction rests in their ties to imperialism and other capital circles with strategic interests in the outcome of the war. Apart from war capital building, historical uncertainty is the overriding barrier to civilian capital formation. Uncertainty leaves us with three types of national capitals that are willing to invest in the potentially collapsing economy: state capital, the sections of national private capital that cannot move abroad, and the sections of private capital that metamorphose into war agents of imperialist powers, deriving returns from the military economy itself. The many Arab warlords whose conflicting relationship is the war bourgeoisie are instances of the third group. In these circumstances, the tendencies are for low productivity capital to rise and for the growth rate to exhibit oil-related high volatility. One cannot wish away war in a war zone. What the mainstream fails to see is that raising investment under these war conditions becomes an operational issue in which Arab countries must ensure actual security in order to ensure investment and growth. That is not a matter of opinion, it is what happened, and it is a matter of fact. Despite persistent efforts to doctor and beautify the data, even an alien from outer space would read the statistics as tragedy. That is why the persistent efforts of US-led capital agencies, principally the World Bank, to minimize the role of government in the economy were also a premeditated crime meant to minimize the state, that is the potential political form for the organization of the working class, into oblivion. What is more, destruction to life and infrastructure, the loss in foregone income and the exodus of the labor force, skilled or otherwise, are not somehow redeemed by peace or reconstruction plans. Wars diminish the socializing space in which universal, as opposed to narrower sectarian or sectional, values can grow. Through the blood-drenched politics of identity, wars create real physical segregation and psychological lines that divide the working population. In the war may appear to have indigenous causes arising from the tragic farce of fictitious Arab sect or clan identity as the sole political form of working-class representation, but in actuality the courses of wars are charted by a transnational historical agency that also steers development. Sectarian and divisive identities thrive when imperialism wins, and this can be traced historically. For instance, mainly Shiite Bahrain in 1970 refused to join mainly Shiite Iran and stuck to its Arabism. Tangentially, there is almost no resemblance between the types of political Islam practiced today and historical forms of Islamic politics. In point of fact, modern-day political/economic Islam shares more in its monetary policy with conservative parties in advanced countries than it would have with the central banks of the caliphs, had central banks existed then. The historical agent that is us-led imperialism, intermediated by the transnational class alliances and institutions of war, promotes aggression for its own sake and for oil control irrespective of the humanitarian lip service. 5 More concretely, the historical agents are the mediation of us-led class power through impersonal and objective social forms, such as the Security Council and the Bretton Woods institutions, whose governing structures are already us-biased. The scramble is on by various capitalist circles to stake a foothold and share control over the region's polity and resources. Geopolitical rents just pour into the region. The paid militias of Iraq, Syria, Libya, and Yemen represent a stark case of money flows reproducing war-related classes, divisions and endless wars. The us-led imperialist precondition is that the geopolitical flows be distributed along sectional/sectarian lines to deepen the social rifts. Because the local forces are being marionetted by irreconcilable international forces, the Arab social formation will once more become incapable of maintaining the living security of its population. Closing comment. In the war is not the continuation of politics by violent means, it is rather the continuation of violence by means of politics. This inverted catchphrase represents the thesis around which the argument was woven. War, or permanent war, is not exclusive to the For one thing, war afflicts or has afflicted every region of the globe at one time or another, most of them quite recently. It is only 80 years since Europe was left torn apart by World War II. But war appears as an enduring feature of the One might interject that the is a strategic corner, so even smaller wars are comparatively blown out of proportion. However, in addition to war's strategic position, a good dose of media hype exaggerates its already strategic relevance. There is a sort of Middle East war media industry that surrounds events. While IS was burning alive a Jordanian pilot in early February 2015, a machete massacre took place in eastern Congo but received little coverage in the mainstream media. Further in the past, the Six-Day War in 1967 received several times the attention allotted to the much bigger India-Pakistan War at around the same period. Yet, hyped attention or media sensationalism about the region is not the line of argument one would want to pursue to show that there is a war, more so than in other regions, mediating the crisis of capital. My contention is that war or the long-term prospect of war in the is a constant derived from a system of global accumulation and its attendant international relations. In the war has become an end in itself. From the decolonization wars, the colonization of Palestine and the regional hot wars of the Cold War to the present war on terror, there is but one common denominator, which is that the policies pursued were meant to incite conflict. If any of the big players had sought to defuse tensions, the regional historical trajectory indicates that their efforts systematically failed. The capitalist class in the United States, along with its subordinate international allies, ratchets up its power and that of the relationship of imperialism by dismantling the platforms of resistance of the working classes in the including their states, hence, continued aggression. Chasudovsky rightly proposes that the Arab formation is metamorphosing from a state into a territory as a result of us-led aggression. The Arab state falls at the tail end of a system of international relations that necessitates it to be in a condition that swings between full-fledged conflict and a high degree of tension. The verb necessitate is of particular relevance to the permanent war thesis. This is because, first, there is a high frequency of regional conflicts in the highest rate in the world, and second but more decisively because of the crisis of central capital, which has to destroy the right of Arab working classes to development in order for us-led imperialism to hold hegemony over a strategic region. Arab development qua working class security may potentially entail that communities take charge of their lives in a way that downgrades us-led regional hegemony. This cannot be permitted because of petrodollars and other value transfers from the proper and, more conclusively, because of the contribution to us-led power emanating from control of oil as a strategic resource to imperialism, the latter point that us-led imperialism has to deny the Arab working classes their right to development demonstrates the necessity of war to capital. The other point to keep in mind is that us-led imperialist militarism is more about value snatch than the deployment of excess monopoly surplus. There are no imperialist bombings based on mistakes or wrong intelligence. History is not a series of gaffes or unintended consequences for the leading imperialist class. The objective forces of history, and specifically of accumulation by war, did not represent existential threats to the ruling class, judging by the historical record of exponential growth with rising inequality, mainly driven by loot from imperialist war-derived technology, war finance, and above all by imperialist power emanating from war. One may say that these unintended consequences work wonders for the financial class in charge. Capital's organized dimension rarely forgoes a good war. We made a mistake or the consequences were unintended are a facile personalization of history, a reading of history as melodramatic farce, featuring the heroism of occupants of the Oval Office trying to bring peace and prosperity to the globe. Moreover, distortions abound in a context of war and ideological defeatism. In mid-2000, when addressing Arab development, the chief of the Middle East and North Africa region at the World Bank, ended his lecture with the false wisdom that Arabs are to blame for their state of underdevelopment. Many on the liberal left inculcate this false wisdom and apportion blame by national identity and cultural character as opposed to class. The abstract Arab, however, does not exist. An Arab working class does exist. There is no Arab who is so culturally incapable that he or she cannot respond to development challenges any more than there is a culturally incapable sub-Saharan African or Mayan. The notion of the Arab in the abstract is actually an ad hominem ideological attack on real, individual working class and poor Arabs because it is used to blame them for their situation. Imperialistically propped up Arab regimes hold steady according to the degree of repression they deploy against Arab working people. Putting into focus the cross-border ties of Arab ruling classes to us-led imperialism, along with a close reading of the balance of forces, underscores the fact that it is the imperialist class that becomes the agency of historical and Arab development. The ideological dissent of the left is post facto evidence of theoretical flaws in understanding the international dimension of the law of value and the role of capital, as it principally divides central working classes from peripheral working classes. Western social democracy, including its left variant, has so far exhibited a failed praxis from which much of the world still reaps the fruits of the bad investment that has been put into the struggle. The fact that one is now at such a deep trough in forms of internationalist workers' organizations and their associated ideology could only mean that much of the left was practically an ally of the right. It had, through its labor aristocrat practices, anestheticized its own working class with idolization of bourgeois democracy. In a system fraught with contradictions in which the adding up fallacy never ceases to strike, bourgeois democracy in its distributional facet, that is the main stabilizing relationship of an otherwise implosive capital relationship, cannot be applied across all nations. The procedural mode by which the working class realizes itself in the state is democratic or not by the share of the social product a working class commands. The deification of the voting system, the idolized procedure with which much of the Western left is besotted, is the false justification for the United States to bomb a third world country, liberalize its economy, eradicate its opponents, enact a constitutional framework that enshrines social segmentation and only then introduce universal suffrage. Along with car bombs ripping through the lives of the innocent, the vote becomes the supplication of the loaf of bread through the leader of the sector or sect. The reconstruction of identity by bourgeois ideology has driven working-class consciousness into a state of mythical animism. Such ideology is the progeny of false mainstream science. Twisting the meaning of the real via departure from fact as a result of narrow empiricism or by analyzing situations into infinitesimal particles without relating them to the whole, has progressed as uncontested knowledge. Interpersonal comparison, which is vital for scientific development, has become rooted in the same rules and assumptions such that discussions of contentious subjects revert back to the same position without theoretical value added. No one disagrees on the basics, which are only the ideas that serve the ruling class. One can only foresee that such social science may turn out to be a footnote to the so-called hoax once labor prevails. The apologetic stance of apportioning blame on the basis of post-colonial nation-building failures in the developing formations presupposes that while colonialism pulls its troops out, it ceases to inflict damage. Colonialism did not just set back the starting point of the it acted out of the necessity to meet the social or metabolic rate of capital's reproduction by sabotaging any or all social programs. It reinforced Arab retrogression at every point in time, especially in its alliance with political Islam and Saudi Arabia. A Western left that conceptually segments working-class struggle by its reified national forms and venerates the voting procedure of bourgeois democracy, implicitly assumes an inner benevolence to capital that outweighs the genocides by which it cheapens its inputs. The capitalism is progressive stance behind which lies the justification for capital. In terms of its function as procedure that pays off the central working class from imperialist war booty, bourgeois democracy is anathema to third world development. This tacit adoration of bourgeois democracy is at the heart of reform building toward international working class divisions and possibly fascism. Arabs and sub-Saharan Africans have had the choice of dying at the hands of healthy, educated Western soldiers, or less educated ones, depending on the social democratic programs of the welfare state in the north. As class-based struggle declines, so does revolutionary class consciousness. The catharsis of guilt by a raucous Western left whose platform is provided by corporate capital reinforces the notion that there is a yet unrealist utopia in bourgeois democracy that is waiting to happen. Such noise emerging from minuscule organizational forms overshadows the fact that the victory of capital was swift, violent, and organizational before it became ideological. Just as one of the capitalist world leaders said in 1990 after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we can relax our right to detain individuals without charges because the disciplined organized communists are no more, all we have now are the anarchists and Trotskyists. There cannot be serious opposition to capital without uncompromising resistance based on principles that transcend economistic unionism into anti-imperialism, or principles that focus on the sphere of production instead of circulation/distribution. Postscript. The articulation of the Arab formation with world capital is conducted by aggression involving a disproportionate use of force. Arab socialism failed because of the use of such force and not because it ran out of steam. What does it mean to say that Arab socialism ran out of steam or failed for intrinsic reasons when all the macro variables were healthier compared to the current neoliberal abjection? As the Lebensraum of US-led imperialism narrows under pressure from a China, Russia-backed Iran in the Gulf, its drive to level any development platform that might serve to position competing capitalist forces in the region, escalates. Historically, realpolitik and military power have been antecedents to all other forms of regional politics, hence, all the more substantiation to the point that the is articulated by the barrel of a gun. However, as the differences of US-led capital with the opposition forces in the grow over issues of controlling indigenous resources, so will differences between various global circles of capital, especially nationalist capitals that are subjected to dollar peonage, China in particular, assuming that its capital remains nationalistic for the most part. The pressure that the US faces in the from competitors for strategic resources is another reason why Israel cannot integrate with the Arab region. Israel's trade structure is inherently geared to Western markets and does not address the pittance of Arab market demand. After decades of peace with Egypt and Jordan, Israeli trade with these countries remains low, actually insignificant if one discounts Israel's purchase of gas during its past times of dependence on imports. On the other side, the sections of Israeli capital with interests in integrating with the or the tiny peace movement demanding the normalization of relations with Arab countries, remain inconsequential. The Israeli formation reproduces its living standards and much of its état d'esprit via imperialist partnering. In turn, the US-led assault on the leads to the strengthening of the colonial, settler relationship as it foments enmity as grounds for future wars. When stripped from myth, the Israeli assault on the Palestinians is more about ideologically disarming of the Palestinians and Arab populations of their means of resistance, which would obviously serve to deter value expropriation by imperialism, than about land. Israel's unequivocal gendarme role to imperialism erects an insuperable barrier that separates Arab and Israeli working classes. Developments within the circles of central capital turn on two interrelated axes, the relationship of US-led capital to itself, and the relationship of US-led capital to other nationally based capitals. US-led capital equates itself with, or differentiates itself from, world capital by the degree of power it enjoys within the international division of labor, its edge in war-driven technology, and the violence exercised upon the periphery, especially the A. The A had already tested the limits of inter-imperialist collusion when the United States, by waging war on Iraq in 2003, breached the covenants of international law enacted in the Security Council. There are limits to diluting the national identity of capital, irrespective of the degree to which financial capital has been globalized. The nation is subordinate to capital, but is also a means for the reproduction of capital. The growing dependency of U.S. capital on resources from abroad and on hegemony over oil regions is the bond holding together globally financialized capital with U.S. capital. Formulaically, the degree of US-led belligerence will rely on the degree to which the dependent growth of US-led capital in its dollar form becomes a liability to other competing world capitals and warrants an orderly or disorderly exit from dollar-held debt. Fundamentally, the liability is the inverse measure of how vital US-led encroachment becomes, particularly in the in securing long-term guarantees to financial capital. Although foreigners hold U.S. debt, and this may potentially infringe on the ownership of U.S. resources, a debilitated held as collateral and policed militarily, will delay the point at which dollar world signorage wanes. So long as world capital stabilizes the worth of its dollar savings via US-led aggression on the a condition of ultra-imperialism also emerges, hence, the multilayered complexity of inter-imperialist relations. In actuality, inasmuch as the growth of US-led capital continues to depend on the expansion of Arab or regional wars, on the pricing of oil in dollars and on a high degree of control over moneyed resource flows globally, differences within the circles of world capital regarding hegemony over the and the division of imperial rents, will also grow. Arab wars are proxy wars, especially the Syrian conflict, which drew Sino-Russian vetoes from the UN Security Council and whose funding sends a clear signal that financialization does not dissipate intercapitalist differences. Despite its associated perils, the current Russian intervention in Syria is a case in point. Perceiving the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Iraq, Afghanistan, and other assaulted areas in the past as failures of U.S. policy is a political reading, but from a political economic reading, especially in terms of cheapening resources, these campaigns are a bonus for capital. In spite of retreats, the share of capital globally from world income continues to rise. Altogether, capital as ideology, expropriation, and materialization in production stands on firmer ground. Over the last 3 decades, the real wages of the central working classes have stood still or fallen, and the dehumanization of peripheral working classes has reached new depths, now possibly spilling over into southern Europe, Greece in particular. In the modern financial age, the centripetal pull of working classes and their objective grounds for unity grew from the way their global wage share is drawn more and more as a residual from the pool of finance capital profits. Financialization also homogenizes concrete capitals more readily as profits are internationalized. Many capitalists, through their ideological and institutional power, take the decision to shrink the wage share and stir inter-working class enmities. More and more, working classes deal with one complex structure of capital, the US-led sponsored institutions and not various disconnected capitals. In the missionary work of imperialist bolstered civil society infusing religious precepts into public culture furthered religious alienation, or the displacement of responsibility for worldly misery to a supernatural power or to human failure to obey divinely ordained precepts. As working people endure harsher conditions, the Islamization of political life offers a short reprieve to the merchant leading class. In the absence of a socialist alternative model, change as per the 2011 uprising need not imply progress. Imperialist aggression reconstitutes weak peripheral ruling classes as an agglomeration of class allies in which its capital represents the tipping force within the national state, typical of colonialism. As working class identities split away from the reality of working class conditions, the leading ruling cross-border class alliance with imperialism gains ground. For the time being, it appears that no matter how baleful the social conditions of peripheral wars and misery, of which there is no shortage in Africa and the rule of the dominant class will be kept intact by means of the ideological power it possesses, of which Islamist identity pitted against class is the foremost pillar. Once the politics of identity reproduces the bourgeoisies that shapes history, the history that is instantiated as the state of war, more of Arab history and, by implication, global working class history becomes the overdetermination that escapes social control. Labor's share will continue to decline and be distributed in proportion to the degree of working class power in the state, which is presently weak. In an international division of labor, the power of a peripheral working class is assessed by the extent to which it perforates the state with its political organizations. By implication, and as result of capital becoming more homogeneous, the fall of the Arab working class is also the fall of the global working class. It is not at all coincidental that the wage shares in major parts of the world declined after the bombing and destruction of Iraq in 1991. In an organic-like social order, the religious, ideological mission and the war in the periphery creep back to curtail the benefits and civil liberties of the central working classes. As the divide between aristocratic nations and commercially exploited nations becomes wider, so go the undervalorization cum commodification of both the human being and his or her labor power. However, by the time the long-term bonds that tie world labor together become visible to the working classes, the intermittent periods presented as opportunities for one section of labor to make gains at the expense of another have been exploited by capital to the detriment of labor, as Emanuel and Bettelheim correctly foretold. The epitome of anti-Third World Central Working Classes collaboration with capital peaked as they assented to so-called humanitarian bombings that often obliterated whole social formations. The destruction of states, of which the Syrian scenario is the latest, crowns the ideological victory of US-led imperialism. Instead of targeting the superiority of US-led imperialism by focusing on intercapitalist divisions to induce capital's necrosis, the priority of anti-imperialist struggles in the commercially exploited nations is relegated to moralistic posturing that absolves imperialism from a whole history of genocide. Imperialism is a complex relationship in which the central nation-state is pitted against its own capital, but at the same time, both central capital and its nation-state benefit from imperial pillage. With the rise of China, the deepening of the class divide in the United States and the ballooning of its debts as a result of global dollarization, a downgrading of U.S. imperial standing lies in wait, but only of the nation-state, not of internationalist capital and its consequent violence in imperialism. Defeating capital requires an organized and armed internationalist working class movement. US-led capital has historically responded by dollar devaluation to restructure the shares of wealth of different circles of capital. Devaluing the wealth holdings in the dollar evokes an opposing reaction from foreign dollar holders and a ratcheting up of imperialist aggression, particularly against the to redress imperialist stature. Until the fall of the Soviet Union, the differences over the redistribution of resources amongst the capitalist formations have been mediated, for the greater part, through politically engineered mechanisms against the common foe, the USSR. The rise of unrestrained capital globally was followed by the spread of austerity inward, from the periphery to the center. The rise of the free market as the uncontested ideology of capital also bolstered fetishism and further alienated the endogenous production of technology and violence from rational social control. In the same way that austerity has migrated to the north, violence has begun its northward march.